Hey everybody, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Welcome, 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 welcome. It's time. It's time for a stream. How's everybody doing tonight? I'm doing pretty okay. Yeah, I think this stream's gonna be fun. Um, let me kind of refresh, right? So we're in year 2 of Thora Z streams, right? We're in year 2 of me streaming regularly. We hit 100 followers. We unlocked me streaming through the rest of 2024. Uh, so now what? Well, uh, April 6th, I'll be going through a bunch of submissions submitted by you guys and picking games to do full playthroughs of in 2024, like older games um that I will do full playthroughs of that I will do through that I will do full playthroughs of on Mondays. For example, I'm currently doing a full playthrough of Trauma Team for the Nintendo Wii on Mondays. So yeah, I'm looking for suggestions on what to add to the full playthrough list. And I've had some people asking me like, well, what games do you have? Like, what games do you play? Um, So during my anniversary stream last week, I showed off some of the games that I have. I showed off my digital Switch library. I showed off my digital PlayStation 5 slash PlayStation 4 library, and I showed off my digital Wii U library. Today, we're going to be looking at my digital library for some other systems, but also um, uh, this this doesn't really emphasize how huge this stack of games is. Hold on, what if I did this? Okay, yeah. That illustrates it a bit more. Yeah. Yeah, that's a better communicator of what you guys are in for. Yeah, you can even kind of see the games like poking out over here. So yeah, we'll be doing that today. We'll be going through more of my digital library and a bunch of my physical library of games. So this is just a Daniel's game library tour stream. I'm just gonna show off a bunch of the games I have and talk about whatever I'm excited to talk about as I come across these games. Um, Let you guys know games I've played, let you guys know games I haven't, let you guys know about games that I'd love to replay, that kind of thing. And you can all use that as, you can all just kind of scrub through this probably like 4 or 5 hour long video um, and use that as inspiration if you'd like for games to submit to me. But you don't have to use this as a bible necessarily, right? For starters, I will put games on my full playthrough list that I don't currently own. um right, like I don't have to own the game to do a full playthrough of it. If I if I like the idea of doing a full playthrough enough, I will get the game so I can stream it. Of course, that means if the game is like if the game's like really expensive, the chances of me doing that might decrease. But just yeah, the chance is there, right? So I've been talking about you submitting games to me, etc. How does one do that? How can you submit your games to me? That's a great question. That's an excellent inquiry. I'm glad you asked. Um, for starters, um, there is a link to the form in chat if you're on Twitch, and there is a link to the form in the video description if you're on YouTube watching the VOD. And here's what the form looks like. Full playthrough submission form. You know, it'll have you verify your email, tell me your username on Twitch. The game you'd like me to play through can be any game released before December 31st, 2023. The system or systems the game is playable on, how long that game takes to beat according to howlongtobeat.com, the main and extras complete time specifically, and, you know, give me your recommendation, plead your case, give a short description of the game, why it would make a good fit for a full playthrough stream by me. And everyone gets up to 3 submissions. You can submit up to 3 games. Each, you know, each submission is separate. So you'll submit me 1 game at a time. You can do that up to 3 times. And yeah, then on April 6th, I will put every submission I've gotten into a wheel and spin it for a couple hours. And then, you know, I'll consider each option. The wheel landing on your submission does not mean I will automatically play it, but I will consider it. And if you're in chat when I roll it, you can you know, make your case further, and I will give it some serious thought. Any game that gets submitted and that I roll on the wheel, I will give some serious thought. And yeah, that's the plan. That's the idea. Oops. Anything else I should cover there? Oh yeah, the playtime, it says that I'll be much less likely to accept a game that's over 35 hours. I will be less likely, but I'll probably accept at least one. Like, I'll probably put at least one long game on my full playthrough list. So don't be fully discouraged or fully shy from suggesting a longer game. You know, yeah. I'll put some thought into whatever's submitted. And also I'll start that April 6th stream off with last year I did something called the Big Boy Tournament, where I had everyone vote on a long game for me to do a full playthrough of, right? Digimon Survive won last year. This year I'm doing something similar but different. And if a certain amount of people are in chat, when I get started, I will put it up to a vote. But otherwise, the outcome of my tournament-esque stream thing, you know, my mystery thing that will determine something that I will play on stream. If there's not a lot of people in chat, then I will determine it by wheel spin. So if you want control over what I play, join me 7 p.m. Central Time on April 6th. And then we'll figure out together what the rest of my year is going to look like. So yeah, I'm going to start with that mystery thing. and then I'm gonna roll the wheel and pick people's submissions. And then I'll finish that stream by looking at upcoming games for 2024 and adding those to the New Game Fridays list, which is a much more tentative list and much more loosey-goosey. Me putting stuff on that list will not guarantee that I play them. Me putting stuff on the full playthrough Monday list will guarantee that I will play them with the intent of doing a full playthrough. I reserve the right to bail on anything I play, but I will give them an honest try, an honest shot, an honest attempt. My kind of loose rule is to give something at least 3 streams before I give up, because I feel like if I'm struggling with a game, I'll use if there's a chance for me to click with it, I'll generally click by stream 3. I clicked with Star Ocean First Departure during stream 3, and that was a struggle before that point. So, yeah. So I guess I will be showing you guys my games. I'm gonna start with showing you my digital library on my PlayStation 3. And then because in part 1 you guys have already seen me skimming through my PS4 and PS5 digital library, I will then show you all my physical PlayStation games. And then we'll move on to other consoles. Does that look when I swap back over here? Oh yeah, you can see the weird way the couch looks. Well, whatever. Okay. No. That's right. I did a couple last minute installs of games that I was meaning to have. Okay. So maybe I'll start from the bottom, because the stuff on the bottom is the stuff I've had for the longest. All right, so here's my digital PS3 library, which represents most of the stuff on my PS3, right? Because like there's stuff I own digitally for the PS3 that won't currently fit on my PS3. Like you know, I only have so much space on the PS3 hard drive. I have more games than I have space. But yeah, here's Street Fighter Alpha 2. If I were to play through like any Street Fighter like alpha games, there's ways to play that in HD that I would probably prefer. Like I think the Street Fighter Anniversary Collection has it. I've got that digitally. The fucking Capcom Arcade Collection or whatever, I feel like it'll eventually be playable within Street Fighter 6, like as an arcade game. Here's the first Suikoden. Eventually a remaster is coming out for like modern platforms, and I'll probably get those remasters, but like even when the remasters come out, they'll count as an old game. So if you want to put that on my list, if you want to suggest Suikoden to me, yeah, like even if I played the new remastered version of it, that's eligible. Actually, let me bounce around a little bit. I've also got Suikoden 2. Suikoden 3. Yeah, Suikoden 3 and Suikoden 4. I have Suikodens 1 through 4 on my PS3. Um and I haven't played a single Suikoden game before. Um with the exception of like an hour, like less than 10 hours of Suikoden 1, right? I've played some Suikoden 1. I dropped it like a decade ago at this point, and I haven't gone back to it. So, yeah, Suikoden, any of the Suikoden games would basically be a blind playthrough. I will say that if you're trying to suggest a Suikoden game to me, um, I would much rather like Suikoden is a franchise where I want to start from the beginning and play through sequentially, right? If you're trying to get me to start from two, especially if you want me to start from two, I will say no, because a big draw of one thing I'm really interested about is the fact that if you beat Suikoden, the things you do in Suikoden will have an effect on Suikoden 2, on your copy of Suikoden 2, because Suikoden 2 will read your Suikoden 1 save. Um, so yeah. Yeah, if you want me to play Suikoden 1, I'm listening, but if you want me to play a later Suikoden, uh your chances will be lower. Nobi Nobi game, that's gonna be hard to do a full playthrough of because like um yeah, just because of the way Nobi Nobi Boy is. Which is weird. The way Nobi 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 Boy is weird. It's a weird fucking game. Um, you're a noodle, you're a tube noodle, and you absorb things. It doesn't like the closest thing it has to a story is like the game keeps track of everyone in the world's like amount of things eaten and absorbed into their tube body, and then a big long Nobi Nobi boy will stretch out across planets. Like it keeps track of how many miles long the prime Nobi Nobi boy is. Anyway, yeah, this is not compatible with the full playthrough. Um, it's not compatible with the full playthrough. It's fucking weird. Um, Scott Pilgrim versus the World, the game. This is pretty cool. Like, like this is suggested to me I might get the remaster, but I have played through this game. I've played through this game. I think it's a really quality little beat 'em up, especially for the era, especially for when this came out. It was great. It was really refreshing, fun experience, and yeah, I could probably be convinced to play it again, play through it again. Anna Monoguchi did the soundtrack for this, and God, it rules. The soundtrack for this game rules. The sprite art for this game by Paul Robertson rules. Yeah, what a great little title this is. Um, yeah, I guess maybe I'd get the remaster, but yeah, there it is. Pac-Man Championship Edition DX Plus. I don't think this really has like a much of a story, so I don't know why you would want me to do a full playthrough of this. Legend of Mana. That has a remaster, doesn't it? If the remaster is any good, I might get that and play that on an HD console. Um, I keep saying HD console. The PlayStation 3 is technically an HD console, although the way streaming works off of a PS3 is that you have to use component cables basically. Like I'm using a component cable to HDMI converter to play the PS3. So like basically like you're kind of getting like 480 480p. Oh no, I gotta turn off my HVAC. Yeah, you're not getting a full HDMI experience uh from the from anything I play on the PS3. It's kind of an upscaled, like it's upscaled from 480, right? It's basically 720, but it's taken from component cables. Anyway, one sec. Sorry. I forgot to turn off my HVAC, and it's very loud. It's not fully off yet, but we'll plow through. But yeah, Legend of Mana, I don't think I ever beat this game. I played a lot of it when I was a teenager, but it's been a while. I started it again in my late 20s, I think. And I loved it when I was a teenager. I thought it was a really weird, clunky experience when I was an adult. Um, but you know, if someone did want me to do a full playthrough of this, I'd give it another shot. Gallica Legions DX Trial. This is really just the demo. Do I not have the full version of this? Well, I guess I could get the full version of this. Tokyo Jungle. This is a weird little game. And I'd be happy to do a full playthrough of it. Like, this is like a, there we go, HVAC's off. This is a post-apocalyptic game where you play as like a bunch of like all the humans seem to be dead, and you play as like animals, like fighting for territory, and like, you know, and traversing the ruins of Tokyo, the post-apocalyptic ruins of Tokyo. This game has an unfortunate and surprising amount of animal violence. You get to play as cute little animals, but those cute little animals can die and be like, you know, kind of graphically murdered by other animals. But there is just a strange charm to this game, and a really like compelling game loop where, like, you know, you start the game as a Pomeranian in the logo, but as you fulfill more tasks and as you like as you explore more and unlock more things, you start being able to play as other animals, and then you fulfill tasks as those new animals you unlock, and you unlock more animals to play as. And even the amount that I played was really cool and compelling. And God, I forgot this game. I keep forgetting this game existed, but whenever I remember, I'm like, oh my God, Tokyo Jungle. Wow. So yeah, it's I'd play this. Or was Capcom Origins. I'm so glad I have this. Obviously this shit's been delisted, right? You can't buy this anymore, but I have it. I have it. And generally, if you ask me to do a full playthrough of a fighting game, if the fighting game has a story mode, I'll play through that. If it doesn't have a story mode, what I will do as a full playthrough is just try to beat the game in arcade mode with every character and see all of their endings, and then kind of, you know, develop my full thoughts on the game after that. You know, maybe if possible also do multiplayer with people if multiplayer servers are up, which I don't think they are for MVC Origins. I don't think I could do multiplayer for this game if I wanted to, but yeah. Vagrant Story has always been, I think, like 3 separate times in my life I've played like the first half hour Vagrant Story, could not get into it, and like bailed. So I guess if one was to suggest Vagrant Story to me, like, I'd be stuck with it for a minimum of 5 hours, and if I upheld my personal 3 stream rule, a minimum of 15 hours, and maybe it would click with me by then. However, I think this game is longer than 35 hours, so I might not even select it if you suggest it to me, you know. But we'll see. We would see. You know, if you're brave enough to suggest it to me, why don't you try? FF Tactics is a long fucking game. You need to bring a really strong argument to get me to play FF Tactics. PlayStation All-Stars Battle Royale. What a strange, interesting title, you know? Yeah, this is the kind of game where I'd play everyone's arcade mode and kind of lament what a weird, interesting, failed project this was, you know? Oh yeah, Castle of Illusion starring Mickey Mouse. This got delisted, I think, but I have it. It's a remake of It's like a 3D remake of that old Mickey Mouse Castle of Illusion game. I also have DuckTales Remastered on here, I think. So, you know, have access to those. Remember Me is such an interesting little piece of video game. I don't know what I mean by that. Oh, ooh. God, these PS3 menus are loud sometimes. Okay. This is Don't Nod Entertainment's first game. Before they made Life is Strange, they made Remember Me. Capcom published it, and it's like what if Assassin's Creed and Inception had a weird baby? What if instead of what if you you did like parkour and shit, you snuck around like buildings and you climbed walls and you infiltrated areas and you had a target that you had to pursue, but instead of killing the target, you jumped into their brain and altered their memories. That's Remember Me. And like a lot of Don't Nod's games, it's weird, it's janky, but it has a really interesting high concept. I think when I got this game in 2014, or 2013, I don't know if this date is the last time it was played or the time I got it. Probably the last time it was played, right? Or the day it was installed or whatever. Or like, probably if you never played it, it's the day it's installed, but if you haven't played it, it's the last day you played it. So yeah, like 2013, 2014, I think I played like 2/3 of this game, and I was really interested and compelled by it, but I never beat it. And if someone really wanted me to beat it, I would consider doing so. Malicious. This is just like a really cool like 3D action game that is like a boss rush. I've always wanted to play it. This got a PS4 remake, I think, like remake/expansion called Malicious Fallen, and I have that too. So like, yeah, if you wanted me to play Malicious, you'd probably best suggest Malicious Fallen. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure HD. This is the original Capcom JoJo's Bizarre Adventure fighting game, the 2D sprite-based JoJo's Bizarre Adventure fighting game. Yeah, if this was suggested to me, I'd play through arcade mode with a bunch of the fucking characters. Hell, this might motivate me to read more JoJo. At the beginning of this year, I attempted to read part 1 of JoJo again, and I got farther than I did last time, but I still got burned out and stopped. I have like 10 chapters left. I have like 10 chapters left of part 1 of JoJo. And I've stopped. I haven't continued it yet. But yeah, like yeah, this is suggested to me. That will motivate me to read up to and through part 3 so that I can know what's going on when I play this game. Because when I got this game and played it, I didn't know what was going on. There's a dog that pees on people. That's the most of what I remember about that game. Oh yeah, and a girl who like attacks with her boobs. Like she opens up her shirt and like a bunch of projectiles come out. Sports Friends, I don't know if this is really full playthrough compatible, but there it is. I have it. Capcom vs. SNK 2. God, that's right. They put that up, and I have it. Yeah, full playthrough of this could be fun. Like me playing through a bunch of this. Capcom Fighting Evolution. Yeah, I've played some of this. I don't think I've actually like I got this because I was just really happy that I could get this digitally. This was such a rare, expensive game to get physically, so getting a digital copy was really nice. But I don't think I've ever played it. I don't think I've ever played this. Over 40 Warriors, Plush from Capcom and SNK Legend. I think I think this is from the era um of like not every character is unlocked at the beginning. Uh you have to unlock all the characters by doing various things. So if this is suggested to me for full playthrough Mondays, you know, I would make it a goal to unlock every character, and also, you know, experience arcade mode with each of those characters. But maybe that's really hard because sometimes unlocking characters is really hard in games of this era. Spelunky. I don't think I've ever played more than like half an hour of Spelunky. The Mortal Kombat Arcade Collection. If you suggest a Mortal Kombat game to me in this collection, pick one of the games. Don't just tell me to play the Mortal Kombat Arcade Collection. That's not a valid suggestion. I will not play all three. Suikoden 2, Breath of Fire 4. I think I have access to every Breath of Fire game in various ways, right? And it maybe except Dragon Quarter. If there's a digital way to get Dragon Quarter, I guess I might have access, but I don't think that there is. And yeah. Breath of Fire is one of those franchises where it feels like it would be fun to start from the beginning, but I'm less strict about starting from the beginning of Breath of Fire franchise than I am about doing that with Suikoden. Suikoden, I really want to start with the first one. Breath of Fire, if you're like 3's the best one, please just play 3. You know, I'll think about it. Wild Arms 2. It's funny actually. I think I have a physical copy of Wild Arms 1 and I thought I had it digitally, so I didn't dig it out. But yeah, I have access to Wild Arms 1 and 2. And maybe others. Misadventures of Tron Bonne and also Mega Man Legends 1. I I love the Mega Man Legends franchise. I'm very charmed by it. It's a lot of fun. They're very cute and cool games. I've beaten both of these games once upon a time, right? But it's been a while, so I wouldn't be opposed to a full playthrough. I also have Mega Man Legends 2 in at least physical form, I think. And that game I've never beaten, so you know, I'm incentivized to play all of any of those games. But I guess I'm less likely to start with 2. Misadventures of Tron Bonne is such a great little standalone experience that, you know, I'd probably be fine playing that without showing you guys 1 first. But jumping into 2 without showing you guys 1 first feels weird. Steins Gate. This is like a visual novel game. And obviously the anime is super fucking critically acclaimed. I don't know if this is one of those games where Devin wants to experience it with me, so I don't know if I'd be able to commit to a full playthrough of it. You know, there's some games out there where I promised I'd play it with my fiance. So I'd have to check in with that and see what exactly, like, kind of refresh our memories on what commitment I made there exactly. Under Night in Birth EXE late. Honestly, I don't know. Like, the story of this game's a mess, so I don't know. I don't know what the draw would be of me playing through an Under Night in Birth game story. But you know, I have it. Beyond Good and Evil HD. I've played the first like 5 hours of this game like 3 separate times. Obviously, this has a big cult following. Um, and I think like every time I do play it, I'm like, there is something here. This game has something of value within it, and I would love to see the entire thing through. I never have. To date, I never have. But yeah, I have access to it. Elemental Monster Online card game. I think this has a single player mode. And partial nudity, apparently. My head's covering up the rating, but uh-oh. Darkstalkers Resurrection. I can play through the story mode. I can play through the arcade mode multiple times of one of several Darkstalkers games, which could be fun. Kind of revisit that franchise. Castlevania Symphony of the Night. There's multiple different ways I could play this. I think I have like some, I think I have some consoles connected to the HDMI that are capable of playing this. But I guess it's worth knowing I've never beaten this game. I may have never played this game. If I have played it, I definitely haven't played more than like an hour of it. But I think I've seen some gameplay of it, but I don't think I've ever actually started Castlevania Symphony of the Night. And for the record, I I haven't beaten any Castlevania game besides Dawn of Sorrow. Dawn of Sorrow for the DS is the only Castlevania game I've ever beaten. I've played a varying amount of some different Castlevania games, but I've only beaten one Castlevania game in the whole franchise, and I don't think I've really played a notable amount of Symphony of the Night at all. So, so if you really want to see a blind playthrough from one of the 5 people on the planet that hasn't played through this game, feel free to suggest this. The original Tomb Raider, I think we got this so that my fiance could play it for a project we were doing where we were playing video games and then we were watching movies that were based on the video game, right? For like a podcast project. We called it Console Cinema. So Devin played about an hour of the first Tomb Raider game. Got killed by a bear, put the game down forever, and then we watched the Angelina Jolie Tomb Raider movie, right? Then he played through Tomb Raider 2013, right? He played through the Tomb Raider reboot. Actually beat that game, played the whole thing, and then we watched the Tomb Raider reboot movie. And that was actually a pretty fun experience, like going through all those. Please don't make me play Tomb Raider original. Please do not. The first Tekken and also Tekken 2. If playthroughs of these are suggested, I will see if I have what it takes to become the King of Iron Fists. And, play through arcade mode and unlock the what were groundbreaking CG cutscenes at the time, but I feel like would be very goofy to watch in 2024. Suikoden 4 and Xenogears. This game might be long as fuck. This game might be really, really long. But I love Xenoblade so much. And I've never played Xenogears. and I'm curious. I'm curious about Xenogears. Um, and then Bakugan Defenders of the Core is in the disk drive right now. Okay. So there you go. There's the there's the digital collection. So why don't I show you all the PlayStation games, PS3, PS2, PS1, PS4 that I have physically. Um so I guess a quick disclaimer. Um quick disclaimer. With the PlayStation games in particular, um and this might pop up throughout different pieces of my physical game library. Uh but I've lived with different people, right, including Sean. And I've lived with different gamer friends, and in the case of a couple of them, when we moved, they just left their games with me. Um, so there's some games in here where I'm not strictly the one that owns them. They're just in my possession, and it's kind of like a yeah, you can keep them and hold on to them, and if I ever want them back, I'll just let you know. It's a kind of like that agreement, right? Um, so like if I show you a game that like technically belongs to one of the friends that I used to live with, I'd probably want to check with them and see if they're comfortable with me like streaming what is technically their game um in a case like that. But also a problem is that uh it's blurred together for me in some cases which games are actually mine and which games are actually theirs. Um so anyway, yeah, the PlayStation ones in particular because like, you know, both of my friends had PS2s before we all kind of like mashed our game collections together. Um but in any case, yeah, if I'm pretty sure that it belongs to a friend, I'll probably try to find the friend and like check with them if in a scenario where someone wants me to play that game and suggests it. Um okay. So yeah, I'm just gonna go through this big ass stack of games that I have. And just like I might go through this quasi quickly because it is a fuck ton of PlayStation games. All right, so we'll start with the stack of PS3 games that I have. We got Uncharted Among Thieves 2, Uncharted 2 Among Thieves, as it may be known instead. Um, how do I do this? This is a good spot for the game, so this would be a good spot for my head. Yeah, I suppose so. Um, I've never beaten an Uncharted game. I did watch a friend uh beat Uncharted 1 when I was like 22 years old, which was 14 years ago. If anyone really wanted me to play an Uncharted game, I'd think about it. I have a weird relationship with the Uncharted games. I like for a long period of my life as a video game player, I kind of resented these games for um for creating this trend of like cinematic games, right? Uh where a big focus is put on these cinematic set pieces where you don't actually have a lot of player control, right? It's like if they these games it felt more like watching movies and occasionally pressing buttons than they did feel like video games. I think maybe in retrospect that's kind of a harsh way to describe Uncharted games, but that's how it felt at the time. Ooh, every now and then I'll get like a just a box without a label in it because I'll have like gotten a used copy from my pawn shop or something. But this is John Woo Presents Stranglehold, um, which is uh, which is like a martial arts like third person shooter game where John Woo supplied the mocap and likeness and I think voice for the main protagonist in the game. And and yeah, it has like a lot of like bullet time and stuff. I remember being one of those licensed games, kind of like Wheelman, that where people were like, this is actually pretty fucking good. So I've been curious about it for a long time. I've never played it. I've never even seen the game. It would be a completely blind experience if I were to play John Woo Stranglehold. Um, Final Fantasy 13 2. Um, I think I have all three Final Fantasy 13 games on some console or another. Um, the out of those, you're most likely to get me to play 13. Um, which is the only of those that I've played. I've played the demos for 13.2 and Lightning Returns, right? But I never beat 13, and I've kind of been wanting to give it like another chance for a long time, you know? Because I never beat it, and you know, obviously it's kind of a black sheep in the Final Fantasy franchise, you know? It's kind of um it feels like a lot of the opinion about 13 is like this game sucked and it changed what Final Fantasy is, and like it's a big disappointment. And I you know, I see where people are coming from. I agree on some level, but I kind of want to um like, you know, when I initially played that game, I was approaching it as the next big thing for Final Fantasy, and I'd really love an opportunity to kind of approach the 13 franchise on its own merits, right? If any of the 13s were suggested to me, I would probably play them up-res on the Xbox Series X. Um, because those all have like Xbox enhanced versions. But yeah, like 13 in terms of likelihood, I would be to play a 13 game if recommended. Like 13 is pretty decent likelihood, although like decent-ish because it's a longer game. So if it's competing with other longer games, it might not win out. Then after that, Lightning Returns, and then after that, 13-2. 13-2 seems like it seems like 13-2 is definitely a sequel, while Lightning Returns actually feels kind of more standalone in a way. Lightning Returns also has a job system, which I'm a sucker for. But I would still rather play 13-1 than Lightning Returns on stream. If I beat 13, then I'd probably really want to play 13-2 at some point. But yeah, 13 first. Ratchet and Clank Future, A Crack in Time. A Crack in Time. I've never played a Ratchet and Clank game. I have access to several. I have the remake of I have like, you know, I have the PS4 remake. I think I have access to Ratchet and Clank Ripped Apart, like thanks to PlayStation Plus, but I'm not positive about that. But yeah, you know, if you want to suggest to me what you think the best Ratchet and Clank game is, I'll figure out how to play it. Phantom Breaker Extra. I got this as a Japanese import. The definitive version of Phantom Breaker has since come out on the Switch, and I own it. So if you want to make me play the Phantom Breaker story mode, I'd probably do that on Switch. Oh God. clanking into so many Persona 4 Arena and Persona 4 Arena Ultimax. I love these games. They're fucking great. I don't know if a full playthrough of the story mode on stream is really, I don't know if that's really it, you know? I don't know how good a time that would be, but I do love those games and I do own them. Um JoJo's Bizarre Adventure All-Star Battle. This has gotten, and in like, this has gotten a definitive version on modern consoles. So if you wanted me to play through the story of that, you could probably make me do that. And that would also probably make me read more JoJo. So like full playthrough of this would probably be me like, I wonder what would be better. Like me reading a bunch of JoJo and making sure I stay ahead of where I am in the game, or me playing the game, right, for 5 hours every Monday, and then like playing the story mode, and then reading, and then in the week in between, right, like from Monday to Monday, just spend my time catching up to that point in the manga. I don't know which would be a better experience, what would be more interesting for me to do. But yeah, I guess if this game is suggested to me, that's a thought, right? Journey Collector's Edition. This is shrink wrapped. I've never opened it. This is a 3-pack of the development team that makes these games. So the development team, that game company. This is a 3-pack of their PlayStation 4 games, the PlayStation 3 games, sorry. Flow, Flower, and Journey. I think I've played Flow, but maybe I haven't beaten it. I have played Flower and beaten it, and I love it. I think it's a delightful experience. I've never played Journey. I don't know if Journey's worth playing in 2024, but I've never played it. The original Injustice. Playing through the story mode of this might be kind of fun. One of my full playthrough streams last year was playing through both sides of the story mode of Mortal Kombat versus DC Universe, and God, that was such a dumb game, but I actually had a good time with it. So yeah, doing Injustice 1 story mode might be kind of fun. I wouldn't necessarily play the PS3 version. I think I might have, I might digitally own the definitive version of this game on some other platform. So, there's that. Mortal Kombat 9. This could also be a fun, play through the story mode thing. This is the PS3 version where I exclusively have access to Kratos. So there's that. X-Men Destiny. I've heard this game blows. I've never played it, but I do own it. And if you ask me to play it, I might. I'm actually kind of curious about this. And I think in this age of in this age of a lot of Marvel tie-in games being high budget and medium to high effort, it might be fun to kind of look back at this era of Marvel licensed games, Yeah. I'm actually kind of curious about this. What some destinies are chosen, fight alongside or against the X-Men based on the choices you make. Well, right, this is billed as a choice-based game, but I think the choices aren't very good, right? Inherit X genes to arm yourself with the powers of your favorite X-Men characters. Right, so you also have like a customizable character that can like combine different power sets, right? Customize and enhance your powers through branching decision trees. This sounds like such an awesome game on paper, and I'm positive that it is not good, but you do have the option to suggest this to me. You have that power. So yeah, what X-Men are on the box? Cyclops and Magneto, right, are like split down the middle there. You got Wolverine, obviously. Um, Mystique, Juggernaut. Is that like Pyro on the far end there? Probably Pyro, right? You got Wolverine, Emma Frost, I think, and Gambit. I wonder if that's every X-Men that's in the game. I wonder, man, I like, yeah, like if I were to play this, I wonder, like, I get the vibe that it's gonna be like the big choice is, would you like to be on the Magneto side or would you like to be on the Cyclops side? How how are you guys liking the stream? Is this enjoyable to anyone besides me? Just me just hyper fixate rambling about all of the video games I have. Is this fun? Is this a good idea? Oh, Valkyria Chronicles. I think I think there's a remaster of this game or like a higher dev re-release of this game somewhere, right? I never beat it, but I got really far. I got really far in this game, but it was a long time ago. I mean, this game's worth experiencing for sure. Whether you experience it by watching me play it or whether you find another way to do so, this is an incredible game. It's awesome. I still have more PS3 games. Um, Heavy Rain, where I apparently just got a copy that Blockbuster sold for $15. Um, I've experienced all of Detroit Become Human through my fiance. I've experienced an ending of Detroit Become Human through my fiance. Um, I haven't. I think I've only played a little of Heavy Rain. I haven't played all of this game, and that's one of those narrative branching games, right? Lost Dimension is a cool fucking game. Um, where where like as you progress, you like have a squad, but there's someone who betrays you. Um, like you get betrayed by a character at certain points, and the traitor in each playthrough is randomly determined, so no two playthroughs will be the same. Um, yeah, it's like a dungeon crawler. It's like a dungeon crawling RPG, but with like that interesting traitor mechanic. I played a bit of this, but I don't think I ever played long enough to even get to my first traitor. So that's, that's I don't know how long this game is. I don't know if this is under the 35-hour mark, but there we go. Here's Lightning Returns. Here's Beyond Two Souls, starring Ellen Page and Willem Dafoe. That is absolutely Willem Dafoe on the back right there. Um, Another Quantic Dream game, another game from the Detroit Become Human um uh Detroit Become Human I just had it. Heavy Rain Team. So you know, I'd be open to playing that. Arcana Heart 3 Love Max. So this is when Sean and I were getting really into playing different kinds of fighting games. I will not play this game. I will never I will not I do own this game. Because when I got it, I heard that it had a bunch of like innovative and creative and cool fighting game movesets, and it does. It does. Um but it's also just filled with like 12 to 15-year-old girls with um absurd physical representation. um like the way they are drawn in retrospect is just uh some of the most uncomfortable shit I've seen. And this dev team just this art isn't this art both like kind of explains what I mean, but also is kind of tame for what's actually like in the game, like art wise. Um so yeah, not this isn't eligible for a recommendation. It's rough. It's rough. Oh, also from the same team, Aquapaza. Again, cool fighting game movesets. Uh, just pretty uncomfortable and fan servicey in retrospect. Um, to my memory, this isn't as bad as Arcana Heart gets in terms of that, but in fact, like this is pretty tame for a game by this dev team. And the movesets are cool, but also like I don't think you want to waste a recommendation on this. It's not like, yeah, 13 playable characters, like, yeah, nah. I wouldn't recommend you recommending this to me, that's for sure. Oh my god, I have so many PS3 games, man. I have so many. Uh the Tomb Raider remake. I've experienced this kind of recently and it's kind of fresh in my head. I don't know how jazzed I'd be about doing a full playthrough of it, honestly. Um I have a lot of Kingdom Hearts stuff. I have a lot of Kingdom Hearts games. Not too long ago, me and my fiance did do a franchise playthrough of this off camera. Um like it's been a few years ago. Like we were doing it winding up to the release of Kingdom Hearts 3, but yeah, you know, we picked up where we left off on an almost full playthrough of Kingdom Hearts 1. Then we watched the cutscenes um of Chain of Memories like it was a movie, and then we played through all of Kingdom Hearts 2. Then we played through all of Birth by Sleep. Then we watched 358 over 2 days like it was a movie. Maybe the order swapped on those last two. Um, then then Dream Drop Distance. Then anyway, yeah, we've experienced all of Kingdom Hearts kind of recently. The only Kingdom Hearts game I haven't played or watched as a movie at this point is Melody of Memory. And I can't stream that. My account will probably get flagged for I'll probably get like DMCA like copyright shit. Um so yeah. I can't really show you Kingdom Hearts stuff. I don't think my heart would be in it. But I do love this franchise and I'm pretty excited about 4. Tales of Xillia. I got the limited edition, I guess. Um Tales games in general, I wouldn't be opposed to trying. Um, but I guess they're probably on the longer side. If you can pick one for me that's under 35 hours, then all the power to you, I suppose. Resident Evil 5. Um, most Resident Evil games I haven't played more than an hour of. A lot of Resident Evil games I haven't played at all. Um, yeah, so it wouldn't be a bad idea to recommend me a Resident Evil game. If you pick one of the ones that are actually scary, um, it might be a it might be a tough sell. It might be a tough sell if you're trying to get me to play a Resident Evil game that's actually scary, like 7 or 8. Um, but it wouldn't be a bad franchise to dive into, you know? Little Big Planet Game of the Year edition. Um, God, I wonder what state this game is in. Like, this is based off of a lot of like user content. Can you still access the user content in this game? I don't think I don't think it'd be a great idea to recommend this game to me anyway. I don't know if I'd have that much fun with it. Like it was always kind of like a janky, strange game to me. Even the first one, even the first one. I liked how bold it was, how like innovative the aesthetic and ideas it had felt at the time. But I can't say it's something I'm really enthused about playing in 2024, There's definitely games I would be more jazzed about you recommending to me than Little Big Planet. I'm not done with PS3 games yet. I'm not done with my physical PS3 games yet. Whew, okay. I think I'm like more than half done though. The Last of Us. I've I've never beaten this game. I think I've played like 5 hours of it, right? I've never beaten Last of Us 1. I've never played Last of Us 2. More Kingdom Hearts. Remember, once I'm done with PS3 games, you get to see my other PlayStation console games. Oh, cool. I have a PS3 copy of Batman Arkham Origins. To be fair, I also got this digitally on my Steam Deck. I've heard that you can get it running pretty okay on your Steam Deck. Um, the Batman Arkham games are really cool. I've beaten Arkham Asylum, I've beaten City, and I've beaten Night. But it's been a while since I've played all of them. I have a PS3 copy of Alpha Protocol, um, which I would, yeah, I'd totally play Alpha Protocol. Alpha Protocol is like this Obsidian Entertainment game, where it's like a first-person shooter where you're like an espionage agent, but also it's like, it has RPG stuff going on, like Mass Effect, like lots of choices and customization and uh yeah, like I've always been really intrigued by Alpha Protocol, and I've never played more than a couple hours of it. Here is FF13 Original. Ah, yes, the Final Fantasy X-10-2 HD remaster. Wow, that came out for the PS3, huh? Wow. Um, 10 is one of the few Final Fantasy games that I've beaten, that I've fully beaten. It's fresh enough in my head that I don't know how I'd feel about a replay. However, Final Fantasy X-2, you could probably convince me to play. Um, but it would be with kind of like one of the like it had to be one of these two ways, right? Either you guys watch me play Final Fantasy X 2, and you do not get mad at me when I miss half of the content in the game. Or whoever suggests this to me has got to like be hanging out while I'm playing and make sure they let me know when I'm about to miss something. I don't know how fun that would be for that person, honestly. Dragon's Dogma. Um, I think I have a digital copy of Dark Arisen somewhere, and obviously Dragon's Dogma 2 just came out. Um, I feel like you're more likely to see me play a bit of Dragon's Dogma 2 on stream at some point than you are to have me do a full playthrough of Dragon's Dogma 1, because Dragon's Dogma, like, especially because Dragon's Dogma 2 seems to just be like, what if we polished the hell out of Dragon's Dogma 1? You know, like, it's not one of those sequels where you should play Dragon's Dogma 1 first. It's Dragon's Dogma 2 is just kind of Dragon's Dogma 1 but better. So like, yeah, I don't know. Don't suggest Dragon's Dogma 1 to me. That'd be a weird suggestion. Do what you want, but I can't I don't know how advisable it would be. Oh, Dishonored. I've never played Dishonored. It'd be cool to do that. I think I have it on Xbox Game Pass, so I can play that in a more HD capacity, right? Catherine, I don't think I'll be playing this on stream. It felt like a really interesting release from the Persona team at the time. And really it's mostly just the horniest Q*bert game that was ever made. It's really all it is. It's just horny Q*bert. And the re-release is transphobic. So, yeah. You'll have a rough time convincing me to play that one. Cartoon Network Punch Time Explosion XL. You know, you could suggest this to me if you want. Like, yeah, because, like, I won't necessarily pick exclusively good games, right? Like, depending on what you guys suggest to me, like, if I think the stream will be fun, I might, you know, I might try a game where the quality level is not necessarily super high. Like X-Men Destiny from earlier is a perfect example of that. This might be too shitty for me to play the entirety of, but I own it. I have it, and it does have a story mode. I don't know if I can really get this focus properly, but Major Glory. Oh, yeah, there we go. Major Glory from Dexter's in this. It's kind of crazy. BlazBlue. I have BlazBlue games. I think I've got multiple. The story mode is one of kind of those visual novel deals that I feel would be kind of boring to see me like mash through, right? Yeah, but obviously one of the coolest fighting game rosters of all time. King of Fighters 13. Um like basically shortly before I started streaming regularly, I did a franchise playthrough off camera of King of Fighters. Um so yeah, I probably won't be streaming any of the older King of Fighters games anytime soon. Okay, almost done with PS3 games, I think. Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3, I forgot? Look at this funky ass box art for it. I think I got like some special edition of the game with this like alternate box art. Look at this fucking box art. This is so cool. Honestly, it could be kind of fun to play through get each arcade mode ending for this game. It could be kind of fun. Just like don't expect competitive level play from me. I would play. I would play through this game very casually, but honestly, like, when you remove this game from the competitive environment, from the competitive scene, this is still just a blast of a game. The soundtrack's incredible. The roster is perfect. It's great. UMVC3 is so good. It's so great. Oh yeah, I was so excited about Marvel vs. Capcom coming back. I got the special edition of the original release. I got the special steel book. I got the limited edition steel book for MVC3 Fate of Two Worlds, the pre-ultimate release. Right? The game that got obsoleted like 8 months later. Comes with a comic book prologue. And a download code for Jill and Shuma Gorath. Wow. Yeah, I loved Marvel vs. Capcom growing up. I was so excited about 3. Like 3 was MVC3 was a hyper fixation for me when it came out, but I wasn't any good at it. So like I didn't stay obsessed with it competitively once the competitive scene really got their hooks in it, you know? Lost via Domus, the licensed tie-in game uh for the TV show Lost. Uh I got this to play through with Devin when we were doing our watch through of Lost the TV series. So if someone genuinely wanted me to play through this, I would have to get Devin's blessing just in case Devin still wants to experience this whole thing with me. But like we played through like we played through like half an hour of this game together and it was not good. But this is one of those like this is one of those like the game doesn't necessarily have to be good for it to be a fun stream, right? What a wild game that would be to play in 2024. More BlazBlue. This is a Chrono Phantasma. The Ico and Shadow of the Colossus collection. So when I was kind of skimming through my PS5 library, PS5, PS4 library, I don't know if I put much emphasis on me having not Rise of the Guardian, The Last Guardian. So Ico, Shadow of the Colossus, The Last Guardian. I have only ever played the demo of Ico. Never played Ico. Always kind of wanted to. I've played up to the first Colossus and Shadow of the Colossus on the PS2. And I have not played a single minute of The Last Guardian. All of those games I've always been very curious about. I've always wanted to experience because obviously each of those games have different arguments for being games as art, right? And I've always been very curious about those games. If any of those games get recommended to me, I would love to give them a try. Whew. Okay, that's all the PS3 games that I can see. I have There are 3 other PlayStation consoles I own physical libraries for though. The PS1, the PS2, and the PS4. I will say that although I own a PS5, I don't really have any physical PS5 games. Um, I did not put them in the stack. Um, I didn't put them in the stack, but I do have a physical copy of Marvel Midnight Suns, a physical copy of Elden Ring, and a physical copy of The Quarry, all for the PS5. So, do with that knowledge what you will. Except have some additional knowledge. I've almost completed a full playthrough of Marvel Midnight Suns off stream, and I did that very recently, obviously. Um, so I don't think that would be a great stream for me to do a full playthrough of for you guys, but I would recommend that you play it. It's a great, it's a great game. Um, The Quarry is something that if I were to do a full playthrough of that, Devin would have to be involved. Um, and Elden Ring, I don't think I'm strong enough for a full playthrough of Elden Ring, honestly. And I've played a little bit of that on stream, and I didn't do a great job. All right. Moving forward, PS1 games. So we've got Jade Cocoon. I've wanted to play Jade Cocoon for a long time. I played a little bit of this back when I got it when I was younger. And Jade Cocoon is basically like Pokemon, but the creatures are like bugs and stuff. And like it's it's a more mature, like a darker story than Pokemon was at the time. Um and I've always thought this game was really interesting and intriguing. Um we actually got pretty close to putting this on the list last year. Um so that could be a cool time if that's suggested. Threads of Fate. This is a game I loved when I was younger. This is a game that I loved when I was younger. It's a 3D like platform RPG from Square in their pre-Square Enix days. Um, and it's like it's like an action RPG where you can play as one of two characters. Um, One is like a bratty magician girl, uh, who can combine different elemental magics to have different effects, and the other is Rue, kind of a generic kind of stoic anime boy that can turn into any monster in the game. This is a really cool game. I guess I will say that a streamer that I follow just did a full playthrough of this, and I kind of want to watch him play that instead of maybe playing it myself. But also it seems that if at best that streamer only seems to play through the game as one of the characters. Anyway, this is a really cool little hidden gem from Squaresoft. And if someone does suggest it to me, then I'll probably play it instead of watching someone else play it. Super Puzzle Fighter 2 Turbo. I don't know about a full playthrough of that. Spyro the Dragon. Yeah, I've never beaten this game. Had it since I was a youth. Got a little crack here in the game case. This might be one of the times that I learned to take better care of my games, and then I did that for decades, Thanks, Spyro. Cardinal Sin is like a weird shitty fighting game that I got to play for Mystery with Sean. I don't know if we ever ended up playing it. Yeah, either we played it and it sucked, or we played it and it was surprisingly fun. X-Men Mutant Academy 2. Now this is one of those like janky Western developed fighting games that was surprisingly legit. Yeah, like it's got a really intense like combo system, like like different cool super moves. Professor X is a secret unlockable character. So is Spider-Man. X-Men Mutant Academy 2 is actually like kind of awesome. Yeah, I could be convinced to show that game off, you know? Mortal Kombat Deadly Alliance. I think that's got like a straight up story mode type thing that I could play through, right? Ugh. So many games. I've got so many games. Once I get through all the physical PlayStation stuff, I will do another digital library of something. So like, you know, the stream will get more visually interesting again soon. Yu-Gi-Oh! Forbidden Memories for the PS1, which has an RPG story mode featuring a side story to the animated series in ancient Egypt. Right, so this is like an adaptation of the card game, I think, but in like a weird way. Um, and you know, I haven't streamed a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh on here. Have I streamed any Yu-Gi-Oh on here? I don't think I have. Um, so any Yu-Gi-Oh fans in the chat, any Yu-Gi-Oh fans in the VODs, Chrono Cross, and I guess Chrono Trigger, right? I could easily get my hands on modern re-releases of these games. Um, and yeah, like I've beaten Trigger, I've beaten the hell out of Chrono Trigger. I've never beaten Cross. And those are just cool games, you know? They'd be fun to experience. Um, I forget how long the main and extras time is to beat for Cross though. Um, Parasite Eve. Never played. Always been curious about. A physical copy of Castlevania Symphony of the Night. I would play it digitally. I would play it digitally. Um, okay. Um, Final Fantasy Origins, which are re-releases, like remakes of Final Fantasy and Final Fantasy 2. These might still be like, well, I guess you got the Pixel remasters now, right? I guess those are those now considered the definitive versions of those games? I don't know. Dino Crisis 2. I don't think I have Dino Crisis 1, and also I've never played Dino Crisis 1. And I've never played Dino Crisis 2. This is one of those games that this is definitely I think a game that one of the friends that I used to live with owned. Um uh but, you know, with their blessing, I could see myself playing a Dino Crisis game. Fun fact, Capcom released the results of their what games do you want us to make poll. And instead of like instead of showing us like the results, right? Instead of like just showing like here's how many votes each thing got, what they did was they showed like a word map of which words were mentioned most in the comment section of the poll of the survey, right? And the absolute biggest two words on the word map were Dino Crisis. Versus Capcom was very small. And I'm upset. All right, let's see. Dance Dance Revolution Konamix. I either threw away or lost the dance pad for this. So that's not eligible, sorry. Crash Bandicoot 2 Cortex Strikes Back. Never played a Crash Bandicoot game, but I think I have access to the N. Sane trilogy, right? So if I were to play any Crash games, it would be via that. Final Fantasy VII and Final Fantasy VIII. Obviously, I have access to digital re-releases and remasters of those. I could probably be persuaded to play either, honestly. But you know, I think those games are both on the longer side. So I wouldn't choose both, that's for sure. My fiance's home and he brought me a sandwich and I'm clearing some space on the table. Here we are, my physical copy of X-Men, not X-Men, Mega Man Legends 2. Like I mentioned, it'd be hard to convince me to play that without getting me to play Mega Man Legends 1 first, or at least Misadventures of Tron Bonne. He brought me a sandwich and chips, and and there is a bag of the exact same kind of chips that he brought already on the table. So he just like gave that bag of chips a pointed look before placing everything down. Maybe you had to be there. I think it's funny. Are almost done with PS1 games. We got my physical copy of Mega Man X4. I could be convinced to play any Mega Man X game, honestly. If anyone suggested any Mega Man X game to me, I think that'd be fun. I think that could be fun. Obviously the you know, Mega Man X's 1 through 8 have all been re-released on modern consoles. So I'd play, if any of those were suggested to me, I'd play them that way. Rugrats: The Search for Reptar. I actually played this for Devin like not too long ago, and I think I did a full playthrough of this. I think I beat it. But it honestly, like, it's such a breezy play, you know? Like I could probably knock this out in 1 or 2 streams. That I'd probably still be jazzed to do this, you know? Like it's such a funny game, man. It is like it just like, you know, it just turns several like Rugrats stories into kind of like a 3D adventure game. Like Tommy Pickles' house is a hub world that you explore, and you unlock new mission, like new Rugrats stories that you play through. It's actually like kind of a great game. It's not like a good game, but it's great at the same time. You know what I mean? You know what I'm trying to say? I don't know if I know what I'm trying to say. I've got disc 2 of Metal Gear Solid. Uh yeah, if anyone wants me to play an older Metal Gear Solid game, I have access, I can get the Metal Gear Solid collection volume 1 or whatever. So there's that. And here's one I'd love to do a full playthrough of. Brave Fencer Musashi. This game is such a it's like my not my golden goose, but like the thing that I keep chasing, like uh I keep wanting to play through this game and beat it. It's such a cool little action RPG made for the PS1, like with a great voice cast, um and just like a lot of really cool ideas and like a uh cool like action RPG mechanics. This game's so fucking cool. I would yeah. If someone actually suggested that I do a full playthrough of this, it's probably a lock for the list, honestly. Um, I'm playing with the idea of, going through everyone's suggestions and then picking one game for me, like basically me suggesting a game to myself. Um, but honestly, the if I did that, the game I would pick would not be Brave Fencer Musashi, probably. Um, like I do have a game in mind for that, and I don't feel like anyone else is gonna pick it for me. But yeah, like yeah, if you want to see Brave Fencer Mus, if you don't want to see me play Brave Fencer Musashi, like let your voice be heard, because this game's cool. God, this game's cool, and I've wanted an excuse to actually play through the whole thing for so long, because I always like get to the farthest I think I've ever gotten is to like the second main boss, um, because it is such a strange game and it can be hard and weird and obtuse at times, but yeah. God, like I kind of would love to just crack this game open and actually like see it through and see how it ends. You would almost be doing me a favor by suggesting it to me. But also, even if you do, like there's it's not a guarantee that I'd even roll you on the wheel during suggestion time next week. Okay, that is every PS1 and PS3 game that I physically own. Um, so up next, I'm I try to clean up and spruce up before starting the stream, and there just appears to be no way to get my hair looking ideal tonight. I'm sorry for the mess that this is today. I apologize, chat. I apologize, viewers and friends. Okay, it's PS2 time. This, I think, will have the largest amount of games that I technically don't own, but like friends have kind of left with me. First up is the Chronicles of Narnia game adaptation. Yeah, this whoever owned this initially wasn't me. and I've never played it. Does anyone actually want me to play the video game PS2 adaptation of Narnia 1? I guess. I guess if that's something you want, you'll have to let me know within a week. Sorry, making space. Making some freaking space. Whew, okay. The Jimmy Neutron Boy Genius game again. I didn't own that when I was younger. Haven't played it. Is it any good? I don't know. Hitman Contracts, technically not mine. If I were to play a Hitman game, you'd probably be best off suggesting World of Assassination to me. You know, the modern day Hitman trilogy, like combined into a single game. That almost won the Big Boy tournament last year. And if someone were to suggest that, it would stand a chance. Guitar Hero, I do not have the guitar controller, and also yeah, that was not my copy of Guitar Hero. Okay, here's games that I have had copies of. Games that I'm pretty sure belong to me. Yep. Yeah, Persona 4. Persona games are too long for me to play on stream, really. I would need to be streaming full time, and I would need to be able to do longer streams to do a full playthrough of any Persona game, probably. That was Persona 3 FES right now. The PS2 copy of Shadow of the Colossus. The Samurai Showdown Anthology. One time, Sean and I just played every Samurai Showdown game in this anthology back to back to back, which is, Samurai Showdowns 1 through 6. I think there's a digital collection now, with more features and stuff. And a highly, like, a coveted version of Samurai Showdown 5 that is not in this anthology. Samurai Legend Musashi, the kind of very loose sequel to Brave Fencer Musashi, that I think is universally considered to just not be as good. But yeah, I guess if you wanted to have any chance of getting me to play this game, you should get me to play the first game on stream first. Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3? Yeah, this is another one that I must have inherited from a friend. Okay. We're like a fourth of the way through the PS2 games. Tekken 5. Oh shit, there's a playable like story mode like action game in here called Tekken Devil Within. Yeah, so I'd play through that, maybe also do arcade mode stuff. Oh, it seems like this one will have like a lot of unlockable characters and stuff. Yeah, this I forgot this is either my copy or Devin's copy, right? But yeah, I've been wanting to play more Tekken stuff. Tekken 8 was a really fun time, and I want to play more Tekken stuff. Dragon Quest 8. I think this might be Sean's copy. It's Sean's copy or my copy. I think it might be Sean's copy. But I feel like if I were to ask Sean, he'd be like, "You can have it." If I were to be like, "Hey Sean, is this your copy?" He'd be like, "It's your copy now." Dragon Quest is tough. Dragon Quest is tough because playing a Dragon Quest game is a thing that I love doing, but they're like too long for the way that this stream works. Like, yeah, they're all like 100+ hours, and like me playing them 5 hours at a time. If someone suggested Dragon Quest 8 to me and I'm like, yeah, then that's like all I'm playing for the rest of the year, you know? Dark Cloud. I feel like that at least has an average length that I can work with, right? Ooh, Okami, which I think I have an HD version somewhere. I never beat Okami. The thing with Okami is that like the first third of the game is incredible, and then it starts feeling like kind of repetitive, you know? Lord of the Rings: The Third Age, which is like a turn-based Lord of the Rings RPG. This is not originally my copy. And okay, the the box art is for the PAL version of the game, but the disc is the NTSC version. Yeah, I forgot which of my friends originally had this. But this does seem like this could be kind of fun to play. Like if I had their blessing to stream it and someone wanted me to stream it, I might do so. But you know, both of those would have to be fulfilled, both of those conditions. The PS2 version of Soul Calibur 2, starring Heihachi from Tekken. I feel like I think Soul Calibur 2 HD. I think I own that on the Xbox. I think I could play that on the Xbox. Would me doing the story of a Soul Calibur 2 game, of a Soul Calibur game, be fun? Dirge of Cerberus, Final Fantasy VII. This could be interesting. This could be interesting for me to play. This is the Vincent Valentine spin-off game. It's like an action RPG. I've never actually played it. I'm not positive this is my copy. Like, I'm not positive I bought this game. I think there's a chance I did, but I'm not positive. But either way, like, yeah. If I figure out who owns it and they're cool with me playing it, that could be kind of a fun stream. Rogue Galaxy, I would play this on, you know, I'd play like the PS2 Classics version of this on PS2 or PS4 or PS5. This is a crazy game. This is level 5, I think. Did level 5 develop this? They're not credited for it anywhere on the box. But this is such a crazy like sort of action RPG. It's like you make turn-based RPG style selections, but it's real time. It's like if you took Kingdom Hearts and you made it a step more towards like a traditional turn-based RPG, but it's still not quite a traditional turn-based RPG, you know? It does say more than 100 hours of gameplay. So, you know, if you were to suggest this to me, maybe double check main plus extras first. Because if it's too long, I might not be able to play this. But, God, I've always been so, like, enamored by this game. It's got such a great aesthetic. The gameplay was really cool from what I remember. The dialogue and the voice acting was bad, but I think it could be a fun stream. I think it'd be a fun stream, and we could roast the cutscenes together, you know? Resident Evil 4 for the PS2. There's a million other ways for me to play this. And, you know, I would play it one of those million other ways, but it is a game that can be suggested to me. More PS2 games coming up. Oh, this is a PS1 game. It's Criticon. It's a weird fucking fighting game. I got it for Mystery with Sean, and I don't know if we ever played it. Sonic Riders. The DLC for this could be kind of fun, actually. The story mode for this, not the DLC. The story mode for this could be kind of fun. I don't know, honestly, like, this might be tough for me to play through because, like, I've watched the Snapcube fan dub of the story mode for this game, right? I think it'd be hard to divorce myself from that while I played. That fan dub is so wild and funny. Here's Ape Escape 2. I also have it digitally on PS4. Yeah, I would play it on the PS4. Did you know that Ubisoft published this when it first came out? Ubisoft published this in the States. This franchise is owned by Sony. And they were like, no, we're not going to publish our own game in the States. We'll get Ubisoft to do it. I found that out just now. That's crazy. Grim Grimoire, which I think has like a remaster or a re-release or a remake. But this is a Vanillaware game, I believe. Oh no, Nippon Ichi, NIS America. I don't know if this is Vanillaware actually. The art on the back makes it look like it might be. I am getting Vanillaware vibes, even though they're not credited on the box. That could be a fun game to suggest to me, actually. Ape Escape 3. So the thing is that, like, God, I would love to play through this game. But also, so, like, Ape Escape 3, I either made a lot of progress in this game or I beat it. Ape Escape 2, I've never played. Never played Ape Escape 2. Never even played like the first 5 minutes of that game. And it's that Ape Escape 2 is something I really want to experience. So while I'd love to stream Ape Escape 3 for you someday, I would want to stream Ape Escape 2 for you first. And for myself. For us. Lord of the Rings Return of the King. This also is not owned by me. Oh my god, this has online gameplay? But it does seem to have a single player mode also. God, what is the deal with this game? Movie exclusives, the only game with scenes and music from the films. Yeah, I'm not above playing licensed games. If you suggest a licensed game to me, I'm not above playing it. Harry Potter is banned from this channel. I will not play any licensed Harry Potter games, even if they were fun and nostalgic at the time, you know? The time has passed for me to play those games. I have an X-Files video game. Maybe this is Devin's? Play as Mulder or Scully and investigate the two deadly parallel paths to the truth. Oh shit, split story. Um, Player conducted autopsies. Oh no. No, thank you. I'm already not having a great time with those in Trauma Team. And they look more like they look more realistic, but also they're in a PS2 game. I guess I could probably stomach it. Is the X-Files game any good? Does anyone know? Silent Hill 2, Silent Hill 3. I don't believe these are my copies, but if whatever friend of mine owns this gives us blessing, I could see myself playing, you know, any of the Silent Hill stuff. It's cool that I have my hands on these original copies because I've heard that the remasters of them are bad. Onimusha 3 Demon Siege, starring a Frenchman. I've never played any Onimusha games. But yeah, if you were to convince me that I don't need to play the first one, if you wanted me to play the best one first, whatever that is, I guess I'd be listening. Disgaea Hour of Darkness. There's got to be a better re-release for this on a modern console, right? But yeah, by the way, I do have a PS2 that I believe I can stream games off of. So feel free to like suggest any of these PS2 games that I'm pulling out. Atelier Iris Eternal Mana. I've heard cool things about all the Atelier games. And that seems to be one of the less sexually uncomfortable ones I can play. I got some KOF games on here. That was KOF 2001 and KOF 2000. Both, I think KOF 2000 in particular has like a better version that I own digitally somewhere. Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelist of the Roses. Now this is like a really interesting game because like you lay your cards out on like a board. Like it's like a strategy game. It's not just the Yu-Gi-Oh card game. This is uh a strategy game with like Yu-Gi-Oh monsters as your like units. Um I think I tried playing this and I was bad at it. Yeah, I haven't played much of this game because it was hard, but yeah, if someone really wanted me to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelist of the Roses, you have the option to suggest it. It's within your ability. It's within your right. Okay. Another Silent Hill game, Silent Hill 4 The Room. Is that game any good? I don't know. I haven't played any of the Silent Hill 4 games. I don't think those are my copies. Mortal Kombat Armageddon. Um yeah, getting me to play through the story mode of a Mortal Kombat game, like from any era, would probably be a fun enough time. Dynasty Warriors 4. Um I've never played a Dynasty Warriors game. I don't know how much I'd want to. But yeah, that's a friend's copy, I think. Def Jam Fight for New York. I think the main thing that would keep me from playing this on stream is the licensed soundtrack. Um, but I actually did play through a lot of this because I wanted to unlock all the characters for it and then surprise Sean with it, for like, mystery. Um, that would certainly be an interesting stream. Dragon Ball Z Budokai 3. Love this game. I played it so much when I was, in my 20s that um I don't know if it would have that same sparkle for me anymore if I played it in the 2020s. Um Marvel Nemesis Rise of the Imperfects. This is another game that I like. I played almost all the way through so I could unlock all the characters. I think I did beat it actually. So I could unlock all the characters and then play this with Sean. And Sean hated it. Sean hates this game. And it's not very good. It has some interesting ideas as like a weird like Power Stone like Smash mashup, you know. Um the Marvel selection of characters is actually kind of interesting and fun. Is this is like the only Marvel fighting game where the Thing is a playable character, and I think that's neat. Um, the all the if you don't know what Marvel Nemesis Rise of the Imperfects is, it's in like instead of Capcom getting the license um for this game for more Marvel versus Capcom partway through the PS2 era, um EA got the license and they collaborated with comic designers to come up with a roster of original like anti-hero characters to fight the Marvel roster. And yeah, those characters are called the Imperfects, and the Imperfects are all incredibly forgettable. It was, it would have been fun to stream that, but I don't think I would want to because I've beaten that game and it was bad the first time. And I'm already out of stories. I actually did watch a full playthrough of this game from another streamer pretty recently. It's cool. This is a really cool, weird RPG. It's kind of long also. Um, I guess one fun thing about this is that my playthrough would be completely different than the playthrough of the streamer I watch just because like so much of this game revolves around your party composition because this is a game that has a city in it that's filled with a bunch of NPCs, and you can recruit almost any NPC into your playable party. Um, and they all like, have different pros and cons and that kind of thing. It's not the most balanced game. You can recruit characters that just suck. Uh, but yeah, really really interesting strange game, but I guess I would need a really impassioned plea to play that after having had watched a playthrough of it so recently. All right, we're almost done with PlayStation, and then after that, I think we'll take a little break. Um, both so I can uh eat a quick bite of food, but also so that I can uh swap the AV cables over to the next games. But yes, that was all the PS2 games. Now we're on PS4 games. Now we're on PS4. Um, uh, PS4 and I guess I do have PS5 copies here and there. Like I occasionally have PS5 stuff. Okay. Okay. So I've got Final Fantasy 15. Final Fantasy 15 is kind of in the same school as Final Fantasy 13, where I could be inspired to play it because I've wanted an opportunity to give it a shot on its own terms, right? But also it's long, so it might be kind of tough to suggest. One Piece World Seeker is this action RPG where you can like where what Luffy is basically Spider-Man and you can use his rubber limbs to just like swing around this city setting that he's traversing. Um Explore vast areas using Gum Gum abilities. Like he literally just like uses his arms to like swing around the city. Haven't played it. Haven't played a minute of it. Very intrigued by it. I'm not above playing licensed games. Ghost of Tsushima. Never played it. This copy is actually shrink wrapped. Judgment for the PS5. Never played it. This copy is actually shrink wrapped. And I feel like the Judgment games are on average, like Judgment and Lost Judgment, I feel like those games are on average shorter than the Yakuza games. Yeah, if you were to suggest a Yakuza universe game to me, you'd have your best shots at getting me to play one on stream, to do a full playthrough of one on stream rather, would probably be Yakuza 0, Judgment, or Yakuza Like a Dragon 1. Like the the first turn-based one. Like if you suggest one of those three in no particular preference order, I would really want to play it. King of Fighters 14. Already kind of mentioned. I'm probably not doing full playthrough streams of King of Fighter games right now. Blue Reflection. This is Devin's copy. I guess I'd have to see if Devin would be cool with me doing a playthrough of this on stream. But it's like a magical girl RPG with like social links and stuff. It's one of those games that has some really cool concepts in it, but like their implementation can be kind of janky. Oh hey, I thought that maybe I had a better version of Valkyria Chronicles, and here it is. I've got Valkyria Chronicles remastered. Yeah, I could see myself playing that game. Grand Kingdom. A game that I keep thinking is a Vanillaware game, but I don't think it is. But I think some ex-Vanillaware staff members were on it, maybe. This is shrink wrapped. I also have a copy of it on PS Plus. I haven't played any. I haven't played any of it. Oh yeah, I've got Red Dead Redemption 2 on the PS4. Never played it. I've never played Red Dead Redemption 2. I've got Jump Force and it's shrink wrapped. The thing that would make it tough, the thing that would make it tough to recommend this game to me is that the DLC characters have all been delisted, right? This is the base version of the game. So like, if you see me do a full playthrough of this, it would have to be me doing a full playthrough of the game and not having access to any of the DLC. And some of the coolest characters in this game are DLC characters. Like it'd be such a bummer to only be able to play the base version of this game. I don't think we'd have a good time. I don't think any of us would have a good time watching me play that. Yooka-Laylee, also still in its shrink wrap. I think this was a birthday or Christmas present from Max. I beat Banjo-Kazooie last year. Would it be more fun if I played Yooka-Laylee instead of another Banjo-Kazooie game? I don't like this guy. I don't think this is a particularly great character design. Not really a fan. Gravity Rush Remastered. This feels like it'd be a cool game to play. I think I'd have fun playing this. Final Fantasy Type 0 HD. This was a Vita game that got a remaster. And I think maybe the Vita version. Oh no, this was a PSP game that got a remaster, right? I think maybe the PSP version never got a US release. Um, I always wanted to give this game more of a shot. I played maybe a few hours of this, but obviously the main reason I got it was because of the Final Fantasy 15 demo. Well, rather, I'd say those were both. Like, I always wanted to check this game out, but the Final Fantasy 15 demo also definitely pushed me to make the purchase. And I feel like I definitely focused on the 15 demo more than I focused on Type 0. Uh, Avengers PS4. I have not played this at all. Is the story mode even still playable? Probably, right? Just all the just the multiplayer games as a service stuff is no longer accessible, right? Would would, would anyone want me to play the story mode of the disappointing Avengers game that we were actually talking about just yesterday on stream about how like I think that soured people's reception of Marvel games in general. The Evil Within. I think this is yeah. We got this. Devin and I got this at the exchange. I think we got this for Devin. Um, I'm not great with spooky games, but if someone had a really good argument, I guess I would listen to it. Digimon Story Cyber Sleuth. I've got this and Hacker's Memory on the Switch. Um, and yeah, I'd so there's a part of me that would be jazzed to play another Digimon RPG on here. Um, the when I played through Digimon Survive, the turnout for that dwindled drastically over the course of that series of streams. I don't know if I want to risk another. I don't know if I want that to happen again. I don't know if I should play another Digimon RPG. My audience is a little different than it was when I started playing Survive. So maybe it's worth another shot. Until Dawn. You know, one of them cinematic story games. Street Fighter 5. Would anyone want to watch me play through the story mode of that? I don't know. Persona 5. Again, the Persona games are just really too long for me to play. And Nitro Plus Heroin Blasters. This is another game that Sean and I got. Because we were just really into fighting games at the time. There seemed to be a lot of like interesting and unique fighting game movesets in here, and there are. It as you might expect, this is you know, this definitely got some fan service in here. You would not be blamed for looking at the title and thinking it's not for a fighting game. But it is. It's yeah, it's for a fighting game. Some of the character designs are really bad. Some of them are harmless and kind of fun, but yeah. I don't think I want to play through the story mode of this on stream. I don't think I would. Like, it is 2/3 of a great fighting game, but it does treat its characters a little weird. I can't deny that. More Kingdom Hearts. And finally, Naruto Shippuden Ultimate Ninja Storm 4. I believe this belongs to my fiance. I'm not above licensed games, but it does feel like this would be a long licensed game for me to play, you know? And I feel like there might be better Ninja Storm experiences for me to try if I really wanted to do a Naruto game on stream. Okay. Okay, guys. That's 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 every PlayStation game. That's just about every PlayStation game that I have. Yeah. It's just about every PlayStation game that I have. Um and yeah, like you can there's a lot of those that you should feel free to suggest to me using the form that I've linked you to. Yeah, I'll put it in chat again. Um yeah. Yeah, I a lot of fucking PlayStation games. God, was that I wonder if that was closer to 100 or 200 games. Um but yeah, hope that lineup was cool to watch. There's more coming up. Um I think I'll show you my digital library on my Wii next. And then I will show you my physical uh GameCube, Wii, Wii U, and Switch games after that. But first, we're gonna take a little break. Yeah, we're gonna take a little break first, while I set things up and have a quick bite. So I'll be right back. Howdy, howdy, hi, hi, I'm back. I've returned. What's shaking? Shaking what's yarping. Alright. Here's part 2 of the game library tour. Maybe, part 2 of part 2, I guess. Maybe the last part. Maybe once I'm done showing the stuff I'm going to show, maybe that's all the information I'll give you, and you can make suggestions from there if you like. And again, yeah, just to remind you at halftime, I don't have to own a game for you to suggest it. You don't have to know whether or not I have a game for you to suggest it. Just suggest you can just suggest stuff you want to see me play. And I'll think it over next Saturday. But if you maybe even outside of suggestion style stuff, you just think it'd be fun to kind of see what my game collection is and see my takes on it and get a better grasp of my taste in games, then yes, maybe this is and will be a good time for you. It's not actually 1:48 a.m. It's 10 p.m. 10:02 p.m. over here in Chicago. So let's do a digital tour of my Wii, and then a tour of my physical Nintendo games, starting from the GameCube and ending with the Switch. So the GameCube game in here is Chibi Robo from the time that I streamed Chibi Robo and did a full playthrough of that. Me channel, the photo channel. Oh, you're a little louder than I thought. The Wii Shop channel, which is, currently defunct. We got Comic Zone. This is playable on Genesis NSO, which is probably how I would play it instead, but I love Comic Zone. I've beaten Comic Zone. It's hard. I haven't played Comic Zone in a while. Yeah. I wouldn't say no. I probably wouldn't say no to a suggestion of Comic Zone, honestly. And I feel like that would kind of organically turn into me just like talking comic book shit with people in chat. Hell, I ended up talking comic book shit with people in chat yesterday when I was playing Berserk Boy, and Berserk Boy isn't even really comic book related. It's because I ended up talking about fucking Marvel Rivals, or whatever that Marvel Overwatch game is called. Gunstar Heroes is fucking great. That'd be a fun game to do a playthrough of. Again, it would probably be something that I played on NSO, because it is available on NSO. Mega Man 2, a classic. Yeah, some people say it's overrated, but at the very least, it's overrated for a reason, It's a great Mega Man game. Kirby Superstar, one of my favorite Kirbys. Yeah, like really, yeah, any Mega Man game, any Mega Man X game, I wouldn't be opposed to doing a full playthrough of. Yeah, Gunstar Heroes, I wouldn't be opposed. Kirby Superstar. There's a lot of Kirby games you could probably nominate, and I would think it's kind of fun. As a reminder, well, so here's the thing. As a reminder, Kirby's Dream Land 3 is currently on the full playthrough Monday list. However, I'll be removing things from the full playthrough Monday list as I add things. Eventually, I'll have to replace games. So, like, I want to keep... There will be a maximum size for my full playthrough Monday list. So, like, I'll be adding games and removing games. So even if you think that someone else will suggest the game, even if you're like, oh, Daniel is already playing a game that Danny already has a game on his list that is this game or is similar to this game, suggest it anyway, because yeah, if I remove like Kirby's Dream Land 3 from my list, I can almost guarantee that it'll probably go back on the list if it suggests it again after that. So, yeah, don't fret too much. Don't try to, yeah, don't try to apply too much meta thought to me putting together my list. You know, just suggest what you want to suggest. Really, this 5 hours, this 4 hour stream has no point. Now that I think about it, Super Mario Bros. 3. I think I almost beat this. And then a friend turned off my Wii in a way that I lost the save state. And that made me sad. Tecmo Bowl. This isn't really a full playthrough game, but it is kind of fun and a cute little arcade experience. Link to the Past. You know, I'd probably play this on NSO, but I've never beaten it. I've never beaten Link to the Past. I got really close with the GBA version, but I never beat this game. Mario Party 2. Mega Man 9, again, like pretty much any Mega Man game. The Mega Man games I've beaten are Mega Man 1, 2, and 9. And I guess Legends 1 and Misadventures of Tron Bonne. I haven't beaten any Mega Man X games. I've never played any of the Mega Man Zero games. Never played any of them. Or ZX. I haven't played any of the Mega Man Zero or ZX games. Besides maybe like the first like 5 to 10 minutes of Mega Man Zero 1. But like I don't remember anything about it. And maybe I've beaten Mega Man 3. I think I beat Mega Man 1. I've definitely beat Mega Man 2. I think I've beaten Mega Man 3. I haven't really played Mega Man's 4, 5, or 6. I think I haven't, like, you know, like maybe I played like a little bit of those games, but not enough to really remember anything. And yeah, I've Mega Man 7 and 8 is again like maybe I played the opening of those games, but nothing else. Like essentially, I have not played Mega Man's 4 through 8. But I think I've beaten 1 through 3, and then I did play and beat 9. I have not played 10, I have not played 11. And I've played Mega Man X. I may have beaten Mega Man X, or at least got into Sigma. Mega Man X4 I got pretty far in, but never beat. And I've essentially not played any of the other Mega Man X games. But yeah, Mega Man games are on the table. Mr. Driller W. It'd be fun to play a Mr. Driller game. I don't know if full playthrough is the way to go about it, but I like Mr. Driller. Streets of Rage 2. Yeah, Streets of Rage game would be fun to play. I think I could. Muscle March. Oh, fucking Muscle March. This is a wild game. I guess you could suggest this. This is the kind of thing that I could probably play through the whole story mode in one day if the controller cooperates with me enough. I did get a new refurbished controller, you know. This one presumably works better than my previous one. Street Fighter 2: The World Warrior. Again, if I do a full playthrough of a fighting game that does not have like a like robust story mode experience, me doing a full playthrough will be me attempting to beat arcade mode with every playable character. Could that be fun for Street Fighter 2? I think I could end up giving up, honestly. I think I could end up giving up on that one. I feel like that would be very hard for me to do. Secret of Mana. Would I play the original or the remake? Probably the remake. I mean, probably the original. I feel like the original just has like a nicer aesthetic and vibe, you know? But I would probably like do that on the Mana collection or something. Kirby 64. Again, Kirby games are on the table. I never beat Kirby 64, and I don't think I played too much of it, honestly. Kirby games I've beaten. I've definitely beaten more Kirby games than I have Mega Man games. I've beaten Kirby's Dream Land 1 and 2 on stream. I never beat Dreamland 3. That's part of why it's on the full playthrough list right now. I have beaten Superstar. I don't think I've beaten Kirby 64. I've beaten Kirby Star Allies with my fiance. There's a lot of Kirby games I straight up haven't played, like Squeak Squad, Mass Attack. I did beat Canvas Curse. I have not played Rainbow Curse. I've beaten Forgotten Land. Like the new Kirby, the new one. I've never played Return to Dreamland. Yeah. Sonic 2. Ooh, this is worth noting. So I've got Sonic 2. I've got Sonic 3. I've got Sonic and Knuckles. And I've got the forecast channel. I got Sonic 2, Sonic 3, and Sonic and Knuckles. What's great to know about having these 3 games on the Wii is a couple of things. One, if you own multiple Sonic games, if you own Sonic and Knuckles and other Sonic games, there is a secret menu option you can click that will let you like combine cartridges, basically, like you could with the original Genesis cartridge. So I could boot up Sonic and Knuckles, open up the secret menu, and say that I'm putting the Sonic 3 cartridge into Sonic and Knuckles, and then get Sonic 3 and Knuckles, right? And the other notable thing about this is that these are the last releases, or specifically, this is the last release of Sonic 3 that has the original soundtrack. After this version of Sonic 3 came out, after this re-release of Sonic 3 came out, they stopped re-releasing Sonic 3 for a while. And then when Sonic Origins came out, they replaced the Michael Jackson tracks. They replaced the tracks that Michael Jackson's team had worked on. So like this copy of Sonic 3 has the original version of Ice Cap Zone on it. And the other tracks that got removed. So yeah, if you wanted to suggest like Sonic 3 and Knuckles to me, I have the optimal way to play that. I can play this in the best possible way, which very funnily is not the most recent release of it. And the forecast channel, the news channel, which I think I like. Yeah, I moved all the way to the end because they're broken. Are we looking at games? Yeah, we're looking at games. This is my game library tour. I'm showing off my game library because you guys can suggest games to me now to do full playthroughs of. I'll put a link to the forum back in the chat. If you make a submission to that forum, you can do it up to 3 times. You can suggest games that I'll do full playthroughs of, and I will. And next Saturday, I'll be going through all those submissions on a wheel, and picking games from that list. I'm kind of doing the stream where I'm showing off my game library as kind of a way to, you know, let you know games that you could pick if you wanted. But also, you don't have to pick a game that I own. You don't have to pick... you know, there's really no restrictions besides what I mentioned in the forum. This is just kind of a fun exercise. It's fun to show off my game library, and also, you know, maybe you'll get an idea. Maybe you'll realize I have a game and decide it would be cool to see me play it. So that's everything on the main Wii menu, and you're like, oh, that's not a lot. Yeah, because the Wii has no hard drive space. So most of my Wii digital selection is in the SD card menu. So let's take a look in here, shall we? All right. So we have Kid Icarus for the NES. I don't think I ever beat this game. And I do have a little soft spot for Kid Icarus. I've always found him kind of a fun character. Pit. And really what I wish would happen was that I wish that they would remaster the 3DS game, but who knows when that'll happen. I guess I wouldn't despise the idea of doing a Kid Icarus full playthrough. F-Zero X. I don't really know what would constitute a full playthrough of this. The last time I did a full playthrough of a racing game, I played through all the tracks of Excitebots, and that was fun, but also kind of a frustrating experience. I don't know if I'm really the person to watch doing a full playthrough of a racing game, but you know, that's on the table, I guess. Altered Beast, I don't think I've ever beat it. You know, solid Genesis game. I think it's on NSO, so I'd probably play it on that instead of on the Wii, but it's, you know, yeah, I feel like that. I don't know if you should even suggest that as a full playthrough, because that's the kind of thing that I could probably play all the way through in like half of a stream. I could see myself just like blowing through it like on a random night when I'm just looking through NSO games, you know? Golden Axe, yeah, kind of a similar story, I guess, but I don't know if original Golden Axe is on NSO, actually. You know, that could be a fun game for me to play. Streets of Rage 1. I don't know who would suggest Streets of Rage 1 over Streets of Rage 2 or 3, honestly, but I guess I have it. I love Dragon's Curse. Dragon's Curse got a remake. I think it's called Monster Boy the Dragon's Trap or something, right? With kind of those like cartoony, like it got that remake with kind of those animated graphics. I think that game might be on sale right now. So if someone suggests it to me soon enough, I might just get the remake on sale. But I do love Dragon's Curse. Paper Mario. I'd probably play them. I guess I'd play that on NSO probably if that were suggested to me. I think this isn't a bad game to suggest. Because one thing about Paper Mario 2 coming up is I don't know if I'll be playing that game on stream. Probably not, because my fiance really wants us to experience that game together. And if I play it on stream, my fiance is going to be at work for part of it, and he'll miss parts, and he'll be sad. I don't want my fiance to be sad, guys. Sorry. Pokemon Snap. This could be a fun full playthrough, and I could probably do it in like 1 or 2 sittings. Yeah, I wouldn't hate that. Sin and Punishment. Not only would playthrough this be fun, but I have the sequel on the Wii U. I have the sequel, Star Successor, and I've never played the sequel. I have played and beaten Sin and Punishment 1. Or I should say whether or not I've beaten things. I've beaten Paper Mario before. I've beaten Pokemon Snap before. I did not beat Dragon's Curse. I've never beaten Streets of Rage or Golden Axe or Altered Beast. Okay, I've never beaten F-Zero X either. But I've always wanted to play the sequel, and part of me feels like the sequel is so like tied to the original that if I want to play the sequel on stream, I should probably play the original first. Star Fox 64. Would anyone really want me to do a playthrough stream of Star Fox 64? Ocarina of Time. I don't know if the emulation on this version is better than the NSO version. I notoriously think that this game is kind of overrated. I've never beaten it though. So you know, yeah, if anyone wanted to force me to reevaluate this game, this would be the opportunity for them to do that. Bonk's Adventure for the TurboGrafx 16. I don't know. I don't feel strongly one way or the other about this game. I've never beaten it. The internet channel, I just put that on the SD card. That's so funny. Strong Bad's cool game for attractive people. Here's the problem with that. I have episodes 1, 2, and 5 of the Strong Bad Telltale point-and-click adventure game. The Strong Bad Telltale point-and-click adventure game has been delisted from Steam, and obviously I can't get it on the Wii shop channel anymore. So basically, there's no way for me to play or obtain the 3rd and 4th chapters of this game. So there's no way for me to play this game, like, all the way through. I don't know why I never bothered to get parts 3 and 4. I kind of do. 8-Bit is Enough was a chapter where, like, Strong Bad enters a bunch of video games. And I really wanted to experience that, so I got it and played it out of sequence, but please don't play those. I would absolutely put it on the table if I had the whole game, but I have episodes 1, 2, and 5 of an episodic story. I don't have the complete game, so I feel like I'm ineligible to stream it and play it. Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles My Life as a King. This is a weird kind of like idle game almost. I don't know how fun it would be to watch me stream it, but I guess if someone was really, you know, emphatic about wanting to see me play it, I'd consider it. I don't want to play World of Goo. I don't want to play World of Goo. World of Goo was like the hottest indie game of all time during this era when it came out. It was $15. It was one of 4 games released on WiiWare that was $15. And like I was like, wow, this game must be amazing if they're putting it at such a premium. And I played it for like 20 minutes and it felt more than anything else at the time like I had just completely wasted my money. But you know, like I don't think World of Goo is necessarily a bad game, but it's not something I'd be excited to do a full playthrough of, and I feel like the sequel isn't going to do nearly as well as this game did. Pokemon Rebel demo, it's a demo. Doc's Punch-Out is just like a short, like a little mini game basically. I could experience this whole thing in like less than an hour. Oh yeah, Bit Trip Beat. Oh, do I just have Bit Trip Beat on here? There's other ways to play the Bit Trip games that are more accessible than the Wii these days. Honestly, and they're all such like short little compact experiences that like I feel like if someone wanted to suggest the entire Bit Trip collection to me as like my full playthrough, that would be fair. Frobot demo, I don't. Fluidity demo. Did I not get the full version of Fluidity? Romance of the Three Kingdoms 4 Wall of Fire, just a really dense strategy game. I don't think that'd be very fun to watch me play. The Last Blade 2, I feel like there's other better ways for me to play this than the Wii. But you know, Last Blade 2 is cool. I wouldn't be opposed to playing through arcade mode with every character. Netflix. I'm afraid my Netflix playthrough would take too long for me to for it to be a good idea for me to stream it. I would hope that, and I would hope that people refrain from requesting that I play through Netflix. Wii Fit Plus channel, WarioWare Do It Yourself Showcase, DIY Showcase. God, like it's so funny that like this is such a bizarre game. Like it's barely like a game. It's more literally like a showcase, but there is some like story mode-y stuff to it, but not really enough to really make for a substantial stream. King's Knight. This is one of Squaresoft's first games. I think this is the first game they released for the NES. This is the first game that Nobuo Uematsu did a soundtrack for, maybe. And it's more of like an arcadey experience. It's not really a traditional RPG. This could be a fun game to play just for like historical reasons, you know? Blades of Steel. I think this is just like a hockey game where you can like fight people. Bokute Upa. This is a platforming game where you're a baby. I'd play this. And I haven't. I have not played this. Or if I did, I played very little of. This was very novel to get at the time because this is one of the first like import games that Nintendo put on the Virtual Console, you know? This is one of the very first times that Nintendo was like, oh yeah, we acknowledge the fact that there are games in Japan that never got released over in the States, and we're making it very accessible for you to do that right now. I was so jazzed about that I got this, but then I never really played it. Princess Tomato in the Salad Kingdom? I forget how this game plays, but I'd probably play this if I was asked. Euphoria the Saga. It's really funny, a sequel to this just came out with like really gorgeous like claymation graphics. So I guess I could be encouraged to play this. ActRaiser. I feel like if I were to play this, I'd want to play like the remake. But I've never beaten this game. Kirby's Avalanche. Kirby's a little asshole in this game, and it could be fun to do a playthrough of this and just show everyone what a piece of shit Kirby is in this game. Super Turrican. Is this the game that's secretly a Contra game, or is this the game that's secretly another game? I forget. Doremi Fantasy. This is another like import game. There was like this very sugar sweet looking platformer. Apparently it's a pretty high quality one. I bought this, but then I never played it, I don't think. Ogre Battle, the March of the Black Queen. Apparently, Unicorn Overlord, which I've been having a great time with, takes a lot of inspiration from Ogre Battle. So, I could be convinced to play Ogre Battle. The Ignition Factor. I think maybe this is also an NSO. It's like you're like a firefighter or something. It's like a top-down firefighting action game or something. I don't really know. I'd probably play it if someone asked me to. Pulseman. This is on NSO. And this is a Game Freak game. It's like a side-scrolling platformer. With like really cool traversal abilities. And I've always been really intrigued by it, and I've never played too much of it. So this could be fun to play. Majora's Mask. This is another game where I haven't played a whole lot of it. I've seen Sean play more of this game than I've played myself. and it could be fun. It could be fun. Yeah, this is one of the Zelda games that I haven't played a whole lot of, so it's not a bad candidate for a full playthrough if one wanted to ask me to do a full playthrough of something of a Zelda game. Because what have I beaten? I almost beat Link to the Past, but I haven't. I have beaten Link's Awakening. I have not beaten Ocarina of Time. I have not beaten Zelda 2. I have not beaten Zelda 1. I have not beaten Majora's Mask. I have beaten Skyward Sword. I have beaten Breath of the Wild. I've barely scratched the surface on fucking Tears of the Kingdom. Tears of the Kingdom. Um, I don't think I've beaten either. I have not beaten either of the Oracle games. I have beaten Minish Cap. And that's all the Zelda games my brain has the energy to remember right now. Bomberman Hero. This is like a fun little like Bomberman action RPG. I haven't played much of this, but it could be fun to do so. Smash Bros. Obviously, I fucking love Smash Bros. Playing through the original could be a fun time, you know? I just had a dumb idea where like I play through Smash Bros, but every time I play classic mode with a character, after I beat their classic mode, I have to play through a game they were in before I can continue to play through Smash Bros. But that's a terrible idea. I really should not commit to that. It's a mistake for me to even mention this idea out loud, probably. Pokemon Puzzle League, that's on NSO right now, featuring Veronica Taylor. East Book 1 and 2. I've been curious about the East games. I really have. I have not played this or opened it up at all. So I guess really any East games. I have not played any East games. If someone thinks an East game is really good that I should play, I'm listening. Castlevania the X Chronicles or something. Like yeah, this is Rondo of Blood. I believe this is Rondo of Blood. I believe this is the import of Rondo of Blood, which I think is also playable elsewhere now. But at the time when this came out on the Wii Virtual Console, it was a big deal that we finally had a US release of Rondo of Blood. Castlevania games. Right, I mentioned earlier, the only Castlevania game I've ever beaten is Dawn of Sorrow for the DS. So, like, yeah, making me do a full playthrough of any Castlevania game, like, you know, Castlevania 1, Symphony of the Night, Rondo of Blood, those weird 3D ones, like, all of those are not bad ideas. By the weird 3D ones, I meant Lords of Shadow, but I guess the weird 3D ones also includes the N64 games. I don't know how I'd play those, though, so. Castlevania The Adventure Rebirth. Right. This is a remake of the Game Boy Castlevania. Also have not played or beat this or the original. I've played the original, not beat it. Contra Rebirth. I have played barely any of the fucking Contra franchise, and my interest in it has been growing lately. Prince of Persia, the original Prince of Persia. Haven't played too much of this, and definitely haven't beaten it. Final Fantasy Mystic Quest. This could be a fun like little JRPG to play that's less than 35 hours. I think I've played the beginning of it a handful of times, but I've never beaten it. Monster World 4. Yeah, I've heard great things about this Monster World games, but I've never beaten it. I think it's gotten a remake. That maybe I should just get on sale. Super Mario Bros. The Lost Levels. Yeah, never beaten this one. Phantasy Star 1. I played a little bit of this game, but never beaten it. 2, 3, and 4. I've got the entire Phantasy Star franchise on here. Yeah. It's because someone really wants me to play a Phantasy Star game. Alien Soldier. I think this is on I think Alien Soldier is on NSO now. I'd love to play it. It's a cool ass treasure game, you know? Love to play it. Bomberman 94. Not much of a story mode, I don't think. Water Warfare. This is like a shoot 'em up with like squirt guns, I think. I don't know if there's much of a story mode to it. Oh, Eternal Champions. This is a good grab for me. This is a good idea for me to grab this because it hasn't been re-released on NSO yet. And it's one of those weird things where like it had an M rating when it first released, and I think that has complicated the prospects of re-releasing it sometimes, you know. But this could be a fun game to like play through the arcade mode and try to get all the arcade endings. Let's Catch. This is a probe game. I don't really know much about it, honestly. If there's any Let's Catch fans out there, you could recommend this game to me if you want. Oh, ooh, Rotozoa, Light Tracks, Roto Hex, Orbiant, and Cubello. Those are all the art style games. The art style games are really cool, like artistic, like really cool, like simple arcade games that just like are very like creative and neat and cool. It could be fun to do like a stream where I just play all the art style games. That could be fun. Eternal Champions could be fun, or me playing through the art style games could be fun. Yeah, just God, the art style games are so neat, man. They're so neat. Yeah, they don't really have stories, so full playthrough could be kind of a hard thing to do, but the art style games are awesome. Bonsai Barber, I've never played this game, but I've seen good reviews for it. I don't know if it has much of a story mode. Fluidity, so I do have the full version of Fluidity, which is like this puzzle game where you use the Wii Remote to like control like a pool of water, and like move the water around. I guess that could be kind of a fun stream if someone really wanted me to do it. Yumi and the Cubes is another weird, like, artsy puzzle game. Maboshi's Arcade is wild because it's like 3 different puzzle games, like, each on a different column next to each other. And basically, you control all 3 of them at the same time with a single control scheme, and you have to keep track of all of them. It's such a crazy, mind-bending, like, cool puzzle game. Not much of a story mode, though. Snowpack Park, I don't really know what Snowpack Park's deal is anymore. I forget what this game is. I think you're a penguin? I don't know. Snowpack Park fans in chat. Eat Fat Fight is an unfortunately titled sumo fighting game that I got because I figured I could do like mystery of this with Sean. And I think we did do some mystery, and it's fine. It's fine. Gradius Rebirth. Cool. I'm glad I got like as many of the Rebirth games as I could. Tomena Sonner. I had this on my iPhone for a while, and then iPhone got an update that obsoleted Tomena Sonner, and then I couldn't play it on my iPhone anymore. It's such a goofy little game. You're like a salary man, like it's kind of not quite an endless runner because the levels do end, but you're a salary man and you have to like hit your you have to hit the button to the rhythm at the right time. And if you hit the button at the right time, he does a funny little thing, like, you know, like he'll walk up to an elephant, right? And if you hit the button too early, the elephant might like smack him with his nose. And if you hit it too late, he might trip on the elephant's nose. But if you hit it at the right time, like he'll slide up the elephant's trunk and then slide on the elephant's back and then do like a little dance. It's stupid. It's a dumb game. I could probably do a full playthrough of it in one sitting. Excite Bike World Rally. Well, that's cool. Ego Shooter. I think this is another, like, shoot 'em up that's, like, family friendly, you know? Oh, this is just like a Metroid Prime 3, like... This isn't literally Metroid Prime 3, it's like... It's like a data file that also... Like, it's a little preview, but also it's, you had to download this to, like, patch, like, a game-breaking bug in Metroid Prime 3, because that's how they handled that kind of thing back in the day. Patches weren't really a thing on the Wii. Super Star Wars Return of the Jedi. Oh, damn, I only got one Super Star Wars game, and it was that one. How interesting. And, there you have it? There you have it. There's all my digital Wii games. Yeah, I guess the notable stuff is, like, you know, I don't think the Super Star Wars license is active these days. Obviously, all the art style stuff hasn't been re-released. Mabushi's Arcade is now a very rare game. You know, not all of the Phantasy Stars are in NSO. Eternal Champions isn't either. Smash Bros. Original hasn't been re-released in a bit. These Rebirth games have never gotten re-released. These Rebirth games, yeah, Contra Rebirth, Castlevania The Adventure Rebirth never got re-released. So like I you know, own official copies of the only way to play those games. Yeah, DIY Showcase is kind of this experience that's like lost to time. They haven't really re-released King's Knight in a while. God, if I had bought episodes 3 and 4 of this, I would have had you know, this game that is now lost to time. My Life as a King also, I don't think ever got a re-release. Yeah. So yeah, that's the that's the digital stuff. Now I go through all my physical Nintendo games. So let's break those out. We'll start with the GameCube. GameCube games are starting to fall onto me. Yeah, in no particular order, we'll start with Sonic Gems Collection, which is a weird collection of like Sonic spin-off games, basically. This was one of the first re-releases of Sonic CD, but it also has Sonic the Fighters and Sonic R. And I think Sonic R has not been re-released since Sonic Gems Collection, and I love Sonic R. Sonic R is the only racing game where you could actually race as Sonic, like running on his fucking regular feet instead of getting into a car or riding a surfboard or whatever. Like, Sonic R is such like a little gem of a game, actually. A gem that one can collect. Anyway, yeah. I am always down for an excuse to replay Sonic R, and I feel like a full playthrough of Sonic the Fighters could be cool too. Except like the final boss is always like kind of dumb and frustrating to fight. Actually, I think there aren't really traditional endings in the game either. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend. I got Beyond Good and Evil, but I've got the HD version on my PlayStation 3. Battalion Wars. This strange little like real-time strategy spin-off of Advance Wars. Um that that I've never gotten to play very much of. And, yeah, a full playthrough of this could be fun in a weird, strange little way. Shadow the Hedgehog. Ooh, this feels kind of light. Nope, the game's in here. The game's in here. I dare you. I dare you to make me play through Shadow the Hedgehog. Here's a Sega game that I think is a bit more liked. Skies of Arcadia Legends. I don't know if this is under 35 hours, but again, you can suggest games that are over 35 hours to me. I would recommend at least a couple people suggesting one because I'll probably pick a minimum of one. Um, but yeah, either way, this is one of those cult classics that a lot of people really love. And I only ever played like 10 minutes of this game because the encounter rate in those first 10 minutes was abysmal. Um, but if I were asked to play it, I would approach it with an open mind and give it more of a shot. Here's another copy of Resident Evil, another physical copy of Resident Evil 4, Resident Evil 4 specifically. GameCube copy of Pikmin 1. Pikmin 1 is currently on my full playthrough list, but again, like it could be knocked off the list depending on what suggestions I get next week. If I do play Pikmin, it'll probably be the Switch re-release instead of the GameCube version. Metroid Prime. I've never played any of the Metroid Prime games. I've not played Metroid. I played a little of Metroid Prime on the Wii. I've played a little of Metroid Prime 1 on the Wii. But I've never played Metroid Prime 2. I've never played Metroid Prime 3. And I haven't played Metroid Dread either. Metroid 1, Metroid Zero Mission, and Super Metroid Zero Mission and Super Metroid, I think, are the only Metroids I've ever beaten. I have not played Other M. And I have played a decent amount of Fusion, but I never beat it. But anyway, yeah. Obviously, Metroid Prime is one of those like groundbreaking classics. But I haven't played a crazy amount of it, and I've never beat it. If this were to get suggested to me, I would probably buy and play the remastered version. I feel like that would probably be the best way for me to play it. Wind Waker. I think I have the HD version, either digitally or physically. I forget. Wind Waker is a Zelda game that I played 90% of it on my own, and then I watched someone else beat it later. So I've experienced the entirety of Wind Waker, but I guess it would be maybe a bit of a stretch to say that I've beaten it. Here's something that's sad. I got the original GameCube copy of Baten Kaitos in the Last Ocean, right? Um, Baten Kaitos and Baten Kaitos Origins got re-released on modern platforms, but the dub got removed. Um, the general consensus is that the dub for Baten Kaitos Origins is pretty good, and that Baten Kaitos Origins is a pretty good game. But the dub for Baten Kaitos 1 is bad. And it was so bad that I didn't get Baten Kaitos Origins when I had the opportunity to, physically. So like the ideal way to play Origins is not within my grasp. I guess if someone were to tell me that it's still worth it to play Baten Kaido's Origins subbed, I'd look into it. Got Animal Crossing. Remember you get a used copy of a game for $6? I think that time, like, I think the pandemic happened, and then this was never a possibility ever again. But yeah, original GameCube version of Animal Crossing. I don't know what I would do if you were to ask me to do a full playthrough of that game. So, Mega Man Legends. This is the precursor. This is the prototype for Marvel Ultimate Alliance. One of my buddy Max's favorite games. This is where things started for that team. Um and yeah, it's pretty cool. I don't know if, like, if I were to do a full playthrough of this, it'd probably be single player, and I don't know if me playing that single player is something that would be wanted, but I got it. I got X-Men Legends. WarioWare Inc. Mega Party Games. This is just the first WarioWare with more multiplayer modes. I've already done a full playthrough of the first WarioWare on the stream, so I personally don't really see the appeal of asking me to play that. Beautiful Joe Red Hot Rumble. This is like a Beautiful Joe like Smash style, like kind of like platform fighter, but also like party game. Ultimate Spider-Man in a blockbuster case. I've heard. Well, I've played this game. I think I've maybe even beaten this game. At least, no. You know what? I don't think I've ever beat this game, but I played a good amount of it. It's really cool. Like, really solid Spider-Man game that has like this cel-shaded art style, and is, based off of the Ultimate Spider-Man timeline. It's the ultimate version of Peter Parker. It's not Miles Morales. But still a pretty cool game. Surprisingly cool game. Ooh. Eternal Darkness, Sanity's Requiem. That'd be kind of a wild game to get me to do a full playthrough of, huh? It's like this horror game with like a sanity meter. I don't know, maybe a horror game's a bit like it's a pretty corny game. It might be a stretch to call it horror, but um uh but yeah, it does there's a lot of wacky shit. It's a cult classic for, I'd say, pretty decent reason. I've never beaten it. Dance Dance Revolution Mario Mix. Again, I don't know where any of my dance pads are. Sorry. Smash Bros. Melee. I feel like I'd be more inclined to do a full playthrough of the first Smash as opposed to this, but I haven't, I haven't cracked Melee open in a good while. Ooh, the original Super Mario Strikers. God, this game was cool. I don't know how entertaining a full playthrough of that would be, but it's cool. SSX Tricky. A fun, like, kind of over-the-top snowboarding game. And Soul Calibur 2 starring Link. Now, this would obviously be, if I were to do a full playthrough of Soul Calibur 2, it'd obviously be this version instead of the Heihachi version. Obviously. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's all the GameCube games I own. So up next is physical Wii games. I have an eclectic collection of Wii games. Like, I'm proud of the weird and rare Wii games I was able to collect when I had my Wii. I mean, I still have my Wii. I still have it, but back when the Wii was notable and relevant, I guess. Tatsunoko versus Capcom Ultimate All Stars. Yeah, doing a full playthrough of this where I get all the arcade endings would actually be very fun for me. This is such a cool, underrated, like, versus Capcom game. Like, I wish. Well, I mean, we know very well that I certainly wish that Capcom would team up with more weird companies the way that they teamed up with Tatsunoko. But yeah, this is a delight. Wipe out the game. I must have got this to spring on Sean for a mystery something or other, That must have been why I did that. Smash Bros. Brawl. I know someone suggested that I should do like a Subspace Emissary playthrough with Devin at some point, and that does sound fun. But yeah, it's as you've probably seen over the past year, it's tough for me and Dev's schedules to line up for streams. So it's, if you want to see me play something, you're better off suggesting that just I do it on stream. But I do think Subspace Emissary with Dev would be fun to do someday. Skycrawler's Innocent Aces. This is like an anime like jet fighting game. Kind of cool. I've never played it. I've never played it. Oh yeah, it's from the Ace. It's from the Ace Combat people, but it's got anime people. Yeah, I got this for pretty cheap at like a pawn shop basically before I was working at a pawn shop myself, and yeah, got it for pretty cheap. Seems fun. Rhythm Heaven Fever. Yeah, I got it. I got Rhythm Heaven Fever. A playthrough of this could be fun. I'm not particularly good at Rhythm Heaven is a problem. I feel like I'd feel kind of self-conscious if I were to play that. I'd like to do a full playthrough of it, Oh, the Skycrawler's Innocent Aces seems weirdly cool. It does, doesn't it? Yeah, that's kind of why I grabbed it. Here's something that's more weird than cool. Opuna. Opuna is a JRPG with like rejected Playmobil characters that you exclusively control with the nunchuck. And I got this because it seemed fucking weird, but in kind of a cool way. Or at least an interesting way. Not a cool way, but an interesting way. And I never played it. I've never played this game, but I've always been curious about it. Yeah, I guess I got it at a GameStop for $10 new. $10 unopened, unplayed. Yeah. Seemed like a no-brainer to get it at that point, I guess, right? No More Heroes 2 Desperate Struggle. I think I've got. Oh no, that's right. I've only got the second game on the Wii because I think I sold the first one and then I felt like a fool for doing that. Or like I lent the first one to somebody and they never gave it back. Something like that. I guess I can get the remasters at this point. I think I think I've got at least one Travis Touchdown fan that watches my streams. I think it's Cactus. I think Cactus likes the No More Heroes games. Like, I guess the question is like how uncomfortable would I be playing certain parts of the No More Heroes games? Like, they're cool, you know? Like, the No More Heroes games are very stylized, very bold, very games that very much have their own identity and can be a lot of fun. Um yeah. Like, I guess I probably could be convinced to play a No More Heroes game, but I'd probably play it with like an asterisk of like an asterisk that's something like, this is anime Rick and Morty, don't aspire to be like Travis Touchdown. Anime Rick and Morty is a little rude to No More Heroes, honestly. It's not that bad. I have Kirby's Epic Yarn. Oh yeah, this is a Kirby game that I've almost definitely beaten because, a 3-year-old probably could. Uh, if I didn't beat it, it's probably just because I got bored. Um, yeah, I've Kirby's Epic Yarn. I got that. Ooh, Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles: The Crystal Bearers. Again, I will remind anyone watching this that a game doesn't have to be a good video game for it to be a good stream. This is a Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles spin-off, and Crystal Chronicles being a spin-off of Final Fantasy. So this is a spin-off of a spin-off that plays nothing like Crystal Chronicles. It's this weird, like, third person action game where like you telekinetically control things and kind of unleash Lael's crystal bearer powers over gravity. And he uses his gravity manipulating powers to you use them in combat, but you also use them to solve puzzles. I played like 4 hours of this game uh when I was like 19, and I was like, what the fuck is this? This is, this isn't this has nothing, this isn't like anything that this game says it is. Anyway, um I've kind of wanted to play this game again. I've kind of wanted to try it again. It's it feels like a fun weirdo time. Elebits. This Wiimote intensive puzzle game with cute little like electricity mascot characters. Hide, seek, destroy. Konami really thought they had like a new super franchise ready to go. They didn't. But, I guess there's parts of the game that are cute and charming. Tournament of Legends, I played this with Sean and he didn't like it. I played this for mystery reasons with Sean and he did not like it. I think it's kind of cool actually, but Sean did not have a good time. The Last Story. The Last Story. This is the This is one of Hironobu Sakaguchi's last full RPGs. Even says like a Hironobu Sakaguchi game, music by Nobuo Uematsu. Nobuo Uematsu is right on the cover. Oh yeah, and I got like a special version of this that cool. Like I just got like a soundtrack. It's got like a soundtrack CD that's like sealed and never opened. I got an art book. Last Story Art Gallery. You played this with Sean and he didn't like it. The Road to Mystery Experience. Hey Sean, welcome to the stream. um so yeah, Last Story is it was like one of the last big like Mistwalker games, right? Like Mistwalker did Blue Dragon, which by the way, like I have on my Xbox. Um it was a big boy tournament. It was a big boy tournament nominee that did not win. But I've been thinking about Blue Dragon a lot because you know, Akira Toriyama did the character designs for that. And you know, with recent events, I've kind of been thinking about that game like a lot lately, you know. It could be fun to play a game that has Akira Toriyama designs in it, and Dragon Quest games are too long. Um so like Blue Dragon is something that I wouldn't mind someone suggesting. Um but yeah, on the other end of things, Last Story I think is a game you can beat in less than 35 hours. Um and like it's just yeah, um it's got this really weird and interesting battle system. It's, you know, yeah, a very creative and strange RPG from Sakaguchi that that I've never played too much of. Think of this as a game that I've only maybe played like the first 5 hours of or so. So this could be a cool game to give another shot. The only thing you remember about Last Story is that you could load banana peels into a slingshot or crossbow or something, launch them at people's feet, and trip them. Yeah, right. This is Sakaguchi's like weirdo game, right? And I'd be really interested in giving it another try. Let's see what else we got here. Start moving some of these games around a bit more, give myself a little more space. There we go. Mario Kart Wii. I don't know how much I want to do a full playthrough of this, but I guess if someone really loudly demanded it. Little King's Story. Now this is an interesting one. Yeah, this is a Marvelous Entertainment game that's so strange. It's like Pikmin for weirdos. It's like Pikmin with like RPG mechanics, and like one day a timid boy discovers a mysterious crown and suddenly finds himself a king. Use your newfound power of persuasion to charm, coerce, or just force the citizens of your kingdom to do your bidding. Find treasure, slay dragons, and expand the boundaries of your kingdom as you march toward your goal of absolute domination of the known world. Uh yeah, like I think like this is a game with like a really like cutesy like you know, character design, but also kind of like this cynical worldview. I was always really fascinated and interested by it, and I never beat it. I never beat this game. Never beat Last Story either, or Blue Dragon, or Lost Odyssey. While I'm rattling off Mistwalker games. There's some wild features listed here for Little King Story. With 14 different job classes to choose from, no task is beyond your ability to order someone else to do it. Go forth to do battle with over 15 different bosses from Mighty Kings, the irritating pests that are keeping you from expanding your fit kingdom as you see fit. And choose your one true love from 7 princesses. Woo them by catering to their every whim, or just close your eyes and pick one at random. What a weird game, man. Yeah. I'm very intrigued by it. I'm very intrigued by it. Wouldn't say no to that being recommended. Skyward Sword. Skyward Sword's like pretty fresh in my head, honestly. It's definitely not the first Zelda game that I would want to play on stream. I do like Skyward Sword a lot, but this is also one of the Zelda games that I've beaten. You know, I've fully beaten this game. You know, I'd probably play the Switch version. Yeah, it's a good game, but yeah, not necessarily super pumped about streaming it. Rampage Total Destruction. It's a Rampage game. I got this to play with. It's not even out of the shrink wrap yet. I mentioned console cinema earlier, like this play a video game then watch the movie project, watch a movie based on it project that I did with Devin for a bit. The next episode of console cinema that we were going to do was a Rampage episode where we would play Rampage, like both we'd play the arcade original and also Total Destruction, and then we'd watch the Rampage movie starring Dwayne Johnson. And we just never got around to playing Rampage, and the project kind of died. Godzilla Unleashed is like this Godzilla fighting game. I don't know how fun the story mode of this would be. Pokemon Battle Revolution is just like, you know, Pokemon Stadium for the Wii with even less features than Pokemon Stadium had. That'd be kind of tough to do a full playthrough of. Zack and Wiki Quest for Barbarossa's Treasure. This is a weird, cool little puzzle game where you move the Wiimote around to solve various puzzles. I actually almost beat this game, but there's a puzzle at the end where the Wiimote controls were so finicky that I just kept losing and I got frustrated and I gave up. And finally, for the Wii, the regular Wii, we got Dragon Ball Z Budokai Tenkaichi 2 with Wiimote motions to do Kamehamehas. That rules, actually. And Donkey Kong Country Returns, which I have played some of, but I never beat. Okay. All right, we're almost done with physical copies of Nintendo stuff. um We're now down to my Wii U collection, which is surprisingly expansive, honestly, because I multiple reasons. One, there was one point, well, I guess in chronological order, one reason was I was buying a lot of Wii U games because I had this idea for a project where Sean and I played through every Wii U exclusive together, and we made some decent progress on it. But eventually that stopped. But then after that, someone sold a bunch of Wii U games to my pawn shop, and I just bought a bunch of those with my employee discount. So I have a lot of Wii U games. I got Super Smash Bros. For Wii U, obviously. I've got Paper Mario Color Splash. Um, which, has been said to be not that bad. It, okay. Paper Mario Color Splash, which is said to be not that bad for a post Super Paper Mario game, right? Like, basically, like, Paper Mario Color Splash is still not what you want from Paper Mario, but it's better than Sticker Star, and uh you know yeah, I've heard good things about Color Splash, but also I've heard a lot of, like, temper your expectations. It's not what you want. I've got Wind Waker HD. There it is. I got it physically. Tokyo Mirage Sessions Sharp FE. Now there's the Encore version that came out for the Switch. Um yeah, this game's awesome. I've beaten this game. I don't know if I ever want to do another full playthrough of this game, but it's great. I like it a lot. Star Fox Zero, which comes with Star Fox Guard. So I guess one thing I should say is, if you ask me to do a full playthrough of a Wii U game, and it has a heavy emphasis on needing to see the second screen, that's going to decrease my chances of wanting to do the playthrough, just because it'll be hard for me to show you guys what's on the gamepad, right? Like, the best solution I could think of is pointing a camera at the seconds, like pointing a second camera at the gamepad. And like, I don't know if that would be a very visually satisfying experience. So, um, yeah, because I think there's a really heavy visual component for Star Fox Guard specifically. Not necessarily Star Fox Zero, but I've never opened. Uh, I've never opened up and played Star Fox Zero. I guess if someone really wanted me to do that, but I don't know if there's anyone out there that actually would really want me to do that. I got Sonic and All Stars Racing Transformed. Race as Danica Patrick and Wreck-It Ralph. Come on. Yes, yes, focus on them. Race as Danica Patrick and Wreck-It Ralph. Uh, I think a full playthrough of this could be fun, actually. That is a wild duo. Yeah, you can only play as them together. If you try to select Wreck-It Ralph by himself, he's like, "Where's Danica?" Um, Scribblenauts Unlimited. I don't know. I guess I could do a full playthrough of that if someone really wanted me to. Ooh, Rodea the Sky Soldier. Um, so man, Rodea the Sky Soldier has a really interesting history. Uh, this is one of the last games that Yuji Naka made before he got arrested. Uh, for insider trading. Um, he made it before Bayland Wonderworld, which was just considered to be bad. But it was this really, yeah, like, it's just like, it's this 3D platformer where you're like this guy just like soaring through the sky. It's kind of like Knights a bit, where you're like flying through rings, but also more actiony, I guess. Um and this is shrink wrap still, by the way. But this includes both, like, the this includes kind of the overhauled Wii U version, right? It includes the Wii U version, but also it has the canceled Wii game just fully finished also inside um I've always been curious about playing this. I guess the conversation would be, should I play the Wii version or the Wii U version? Because they're actually like pretty different games apparently. Lego City Undercover, surprisingly charming and fun. Would I do a full playthrough? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, if you asked, I guess. Animal Crossing Amiibo Festival is a game that'd be hard to do, very hard to do a full playthrough of. I've got plenty of Animal Crossing Amiibos to do it with. Um, but also, my my fiance is spamming nose in the chat right now because he absolutely hates this game. This game infuriates Devin. Uh, because like it's kind of like Mario Party, um, but like with an emphasis on like maintaining your currency, like keeping track of your bells. And one time like Devin was demolishing me, and then like one of the last spaces he landed on was like Digby celebrates New Year's. And he spends all of his money. He spends all of his money celebrating, and then Devin lost. Devin lost me. It was a random event after the game ended, before the results were announced. Oh yeah, oh that sucked. You lost for no reason, your shells. That's right, Devin was calling Bell's shells at that time because he didn't know anything about Animal Crossing. The Wonderful 101, which has gotten like an enhanced re-release since its Wii U release. Oh, this is also in its shrink wrap still. So, you know, clearly I've never played it. Let's see what else we got here. We got New Super Mario Bros. U with New Super Luigi U. I think that's on the Switch now. Also, we got the original Splatoon. I guess one thing I could do is play through the story mode on this. Oh yeah, I think sometime in April. I think sometime soon the Wii U servers are just going to get shut down. Maybe I should do something about that. But yeah, the first Splatoon game, you could get me to play through the story mode of that if you want. Sonic Lost World, the Deadly Six bonus edition. Is this playable on something besides the Wii U now? I feel like it is, right? That I've only played through a bit of Lost World. I've never beaten it. And I like kind of the Saturday morning cartoon vibe it has. It could be kind of a fun playthrough. Pokken Tournament, not much of a story here. Not much of a story here. We got Twilight Princess HD, still in its shrink wrap. I feel like I'd be more open to doing a full playthrough of Twilight Princess than I would be of Wind Waker or Skyward Sword. Yeah. Even though I've beaten Twilight Princess, but it's been a long time at this point. Hyrule Warriors, great time. The original Hyrule Warriors I really actually think is very fun. I don't know how much I want to do a full playthrough of it, but I do like that game. I've got ZombiU, very gamepad intensive, so I'd be kind of reluctant to do a full playthrough of it. Xenoblade Chronicles X, I would love to play this game, but it's very long. It's very long. I've maybe played about 10 hours of this altogether. I haven't gotten to play very much of this game at all, and it's gorgeous. It's super cool. It's really fun. My opportunities to play this online are coming very short. Like, they're about to shut down the Wii U multiplayer servers. But I don't know anyone that I'd be able to play this online with anyway. Who still has their Wii U plugged in? God, yeah, this game does rule, but like, yeah, I it would just be very hard for me to justify doing a full playthrough of like 100+ hour game this year. It just would, unfortunately. God, I really want to play more of this game though. I do have a feeling that we're gonna see Xenoblade Chronicles X Definitive Edition on either the Switch or the Switch 2. My bet is the Switch 2, like within the next 3 years. I have a feeling. I have a feeling. Nintendo Land, super gamepad intensive. Super gamepad intensive. You really need to see what's going on in the gamepad. Uh, so that's kind of a no. Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate. Do you think there's a community right now like playing the hell out of this game before the server is shut down? Like, you think there's people that, even though World is a much better game than this, even though Rise is a much better game than this, even though like Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate is like a better game than this, so I've heard, or Monster Hunter Generations or whatever, do you think there's people like just like loading into 3 right now being like, I gotta get my 3 hours in before the server is shut down? Probably, right? There's gotta be. Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze, which has gotten re-released on the Switch, I think with additional content. I never beaten this game. Uh, have I ever beaten any Donkey Kong game? Donkey Kong Country game? I don't think I have. So I guess you could nag me to play that. Um, got Captain Toad Treasure Tracker. This is a game I've beaten not too long ago, but it is a delight. And Bayonetta 2, which includes Bayonetta 1, but also I've got Bayonetta 1 on my Steam Deck. Um, yeah, so I've got access to Bayonetta 2. I guess like Bayonetta seems like one of those games where like the narrative does kind of matter, you know? So I guess if one wanted me to play Bayonetta, if someone were to suggest me a Bayonetta game, I'd probably want to play the first one first. Um, but yeah, I have not played Bayonetta 1 or 2 thus far. And that's all my Wii U games. All my physical Wii U games. Uh I showed off my digital Wii U games in the part 1 video. Um and I also showed off my digital Switch games. Here's some of my physical Switch games. I've got Super Mario 3D World and Bowser's Fury. I've never played Bowser's Fury, and I don't think I've played that much Mario 3D World. I've got My Hero 1's Justice 1. Not above playing licensed games. I've said that multiple times, but I don't know how fun a stream of that licensed game specifically would be. I've got Kingdom Hearts Melody of Memory, which I just don't think I can stream. I think I'd get DMCA'd if I tried. SNK Heroines Tag Team Frenzy. I will not play this on stream for a lot of the same reasons that I will not play Arcana Heart and Nitro Plus Blast Heroines on stream. Pokemon Legends Arceus. Arceus? I haven't played this yet. I have not booted this up yet. I haven't started this yet. So if you really wanted me to play this, you could suggest it. Luigi's Mansion 3. I feel like I should probably play the first and or second game before I play this one, but I do have a physical copy ready to play. Also, out of my reach, I have physical copies of Arcade Paradise, which is on my IOU list. I said I'd play that and then I didn't. And Super Mario RPG, which I'm currently halfway through, so I wouldn't start that over for a full playthrough stream, honestly. And finally, I've got a physical copy of Splatoon 2. Um, Also cartridge only. I think I've got a copy of Link's Awakening for the Switch, which I don't like the aesthetic of. I've also got a copy of Pokemon Mystery Dungeon DX uh, somewhere. Um, yeah, that's the collection. There it is. Um, yeah, and we're half an hour over, so that's this game tour stream. I have apologies for not showing my Xbox lineup and my Steam Deck lineup. I do have a lot of games on both of those, and I probably won't have the time to show you those before Saturday. Um, I guess like yeah, I guess like I could do it Friday if I felt like there were demand for this kind of stream, but um the live turnout for this has been kind of low at the very least. So I feel like people are fine to kind of make their own decisions about what to submit to me without looking at me showing my video games for 4.5 hours. Um yeah. Well, there you go. There you have it. So I hope maybe that helped. Um I hope to see more game suggestions. Yeah, like everyone can send me up to 3. Um I definitely need more if I want to like spin a wheel filled with suggestions for a couple hours. So like yeah, like if you haven't sent them to me, the deadline is April 6th. Um which will probably be less. Yeah, it's less than a week from now if you're watching this VOD. So yeah, send send them as soon as you're able. I'd love to see the suggestions. The suggestions. The suggestions. Okay. Uh Thanks for watching. I'll see you Monday with more Trauma Team. I have a Wiimote that works now, so Trauma Team should maybe go a little better. I was having issues with Trauma Team last time. And maybe that was the Wiimote's fault. So uh and then yeah, Friday I'm not sure what I'm doing yet. TBA on that. And then Saturday I will be compiling uh my full playthrough Monday list for the rest of 2024. And also my new game Friday list. I'll also be looking through upcoming games for 2024 and kind of tentatively coming up with games there. So, yeah. I keep hitting my mic. Oops. Um all right. I think that'll do it for tonight. Thanks for watching. Whether you watch live or whether you watch the VOD. And yeah, I'll be back soon. I'll see you guys soon. Thanks everybody.